Standing in the middle of the arena, the girl was frightened by someone to stop, or at least not to do it here. Suddenly, she was pushed, and she fell on the floor with a deaf knock. The man ordered her to shut up sharply. Leaning over her, he stated, "A strict rule reigns here. The defeated becomes a servant of the winner. Such here is an inviolable law." One of the guards laughed quietly, watching all this. The skinny guy was surprised to follow everything, realizing that it was not at all like a dream. Mishama Koji is a 16-year-old teenager who recently found himself in a mysterious foreign world. That is why it has become a gladiator of collisions in this world. It all started last night. After training, as always, he went home and plunged into the world of games in his own room. A common high school student who just loves video games. Neither in training nor in sports it is distinguished by special achievements. Perhaps the only thing he really likes is to spend time for video games. And he considered himself a master in any case. Regardless of the genre or direction, he was lucky everywhere. And everything was fine. The Cakes removed the headphones, deciding to check how his victories were formed this time. Unexpectedly, he noticed that the required amount was already gathered. He stated that he had only one victory left to finally resolve the issue. Suddenly he was sharply frightened by a bright flash, which lightly flashed right under his feet. Concerned, he asked me what was happening here. Suddenly he found himself in the very center of a bright circle surrounded by different people. Everyone gladly exclaimed that everything succeeded, and the flight Thiechi ended extremely successfully. The young man was covered by fear and confusion, in vain trying to understand what happened. Over the sight, he noticed several men in church dresses who watched him closely. Kuji Terzali guess, what is the strange place? On the floor under it, a magical circle shone brightly, and the priest stood around. The guy guessed that it was the ritual of the call, and inadvertently thought, everything happens exactly, as in those manga and anime that he once looked and read. The Cakes exclaimed to the whole voice, whether it was moved to another world. He looked around, stunned around, trying to understand what was happening. But suddenly, someone turned to him sharply and reassured. A person from another world should not be concerned about any problems. Suddenly, a woman approached him, and apologizing for an unexpected visit, greeted. Smiling, she introduced herself to the ZOD, the Supreme Priestess. Koji's eyes expanded in surprise. His cheeks flashed red when he thought about the striking forms of this woman. He could not look away from them, and wondered if such a splendor was familiar to the inhabitants of this world. While Gester was looking at him, Zed with a polite smile wondered how his name was. The young man was confused for a moment, and then he hurriedly replied, "My name is Mikama Koji." The priestess recorded his name, and then turned to Mikagi, promising to explain everything soon. However, at first she said they had to do something. The guy asked what she was in mind. Suddenly the priestess called the appraiser loudly. As a man appeared, she hurriedly ordered him to check the abilities of this guy. Koji, somewhat confused, asked what this test of skills was. The priest disagreed and noted that when he got to another world, he received a gift from God. With this assessment, you can find out what type the boy's ability belongs to. Suddenly, the priests exclaimed desperately. They were overwhelmed by unexpected anxiety because of what they saw. The main priest turned sharply and asked loudly what had happened and what they noticed there. The priests were genuinely surprised, noticing that there are no ordinary skills in the CODs, only one special, giving ability. Before reporting the Zod, they have long selected the wording, weighing each word. The appraiser looked at Zeta with horror and stated that the only thing that guy knows is to follow other people's abilities. Zeta only listened silently, and dark clouds gathered on her face. After that, absolute silence reigned in the room. Kuji was also amazed hearing this. He was especially surprised by the words of the evaluators that he has the ability to copy other people's skills. The young man smiled at mentally, noting, before him, a real giant in the manga world, one of the strongest characters he had to meet on the pages of these stories. But here's a rise. This character was not at all the hero who glitters in the militants familiar to him for Reed. Suddenly, he felt the priest's gaze and wondered if something was wrong. The maiden face was clouded by anxiety. The girl silently stared at him without saying a word. Suddenly her gaze dropped down. Inside, she boiled rage. She spent 1,000 precious stones to get it. Looking at him again, she could not hide the disgust in her eyes. The young man was extremely surprised. At that moment, the priests were lost and fell ill. They lacked words to say something. Kodzi could not understand the causes of such a reaction. Suddenly covered in rage, Zeed shouted at the priests. They were scared and hurriedly asked what had happened. She wondered whether everything was done according to the instructions, and whether the magical power of the earth was moving clockwise. The woman noted that this direction indicates belonging to the class of the military commander. The priests admitted that from the very beginning the probability was scanty, and all this story, nothing more than prejudice. The woman only was silent in response. She grabbed them by their heads and strictly ordered them to be silent. Everything she needs to listen to them now without saying no sound. Kuji was uncertainly wondered what it was. The answer to this, she turned sharply, and ordered the servant to immediately pick up the boy from her eyes. When handcuffed on him, the fear of his entire nature, Zaid engulfed rage. She spent 1,000 gems on this talent. She noted that the skill he received is incredibly rare, and at the same time extremely in vain. The young man, not believing his ears, asked in surprise what she was talking about. The woman ordered it to bring at least some benefit. Turning into expendable material, she commanded La to take it to other servants called for such collisions. The guy shouted in full voice, asking to wait. However, he was immediately taken to the cage. Concealed, he began to be pleased to stop it. Kodzi noted that others were not like servants. He mentioned that he spoke of prison, but the guard stressed that all this, by the order of Zayad. He not only lacks elementary skills, but all his strength is the ability to copy the abilities of others, and it is considered the weakest of all possible. Zaudia quite rightly swept rage. The guard explained that in this country the main thing is the skill. Where to go, where Kodzi would go, he will be treated everywhere. You were wondering whether it is the ability to copy really so useless. The guard waved his hand, ordered to stay in place. Koji tried to stop him. I am convinced that this is some misunderstanding. Suddenly, a mocking laughter came behind his back. The girl, laughing fun, sat, leaning against the wall. She mocked that he was called here only to give a gift to repeat other people's skills. Through laughter, she added that he was clearly not too lucky. He wondered who she was. The girl replied that he also belongs to the servants' gladiators, as he did. She was called Zul. She added with a wicked look that she was a real brawler, so it is not surprising that she got into a mess. He looked at her. The girl noted that, judging by his behavior, he knew nothing about this place, and it seems that he did not tell him anything. She asked if he wanted to know more. His face shone with a happy smile. He liked the idea. The girl did not hide astonishment. Kuji, however, added that he could not pay. The girl immediately sweeping it, noting that at least he was not lacking in wit. Zul said that for Hima it can be considered a kind of service. Surprised, he asked her if she was really confident in her words. She smiled and agreed, noting that it would still bear fruit. When asked how exactly it would happen, Zul answered that this is a different story, and now he should listen carefully. She suggested starting for a reason why he was summoned. Their country, the theocratic state of BMBL Dollar, has been running a war with the neighboring state Dumbledore for many years. Due to the protracted conflict, they lack the military, so they turn to the warriors, urging them to stand on their direction. Kodzi asked how to call them. Zul explained that when a person is called from another world through the gift of the goddess, he receives one random skill. The more powerful this ability will be, the more difficult it will be to master it. Instead, no one is concerned about those who have no basic skills. Moreover, for the ritual of the call, it is necessary to give 1,000 valuable magic stones. She explained that it was because of this that Koji left, to entertain the crowd in the conflict arena. For him, it became a devastating shock. She smiled mockingly and noticed that it would be the entertainment not only for nobles and aristocracy, but also for the common people. Grasping her own words, she laughed and asked if it was not funny. Panic, he exclaimed. Whether it means that the country is looking for capable people through a lottery, and a failed map just fell out. The girl was surprised to ask what this lottery was. She scratched her head and confessed that she did not understand what she was talking about. The guy's face became pale immediately, but Zulu's only reassured that such a reaction is quite natural. The imagination is scared of punishment for the losing one. The defeated becomes a servant of the winner and is forced to accept his seeds. The young man, not believing his ears, asked in surprise what the seeds were about. He stated that he was a man, but Zulus was at all point out that there was no difference here. They began to tremble, hearing the question of the content of these words. She replied that it would still happen to him, even when it comes to a woman. The young man, stunned by asking what it means, heard her explanation. Usually this game is competed by a man and a woman. If a man won, he receives the right to him and fertilizes it. In general, everything happens as part of a natural order. But if a woman wins, he turns into a woman, and the winner takes him to himself with the fact that he has grown. The guy was frightened. What was the horror? In response, Zul laughed and noted, "Even this can be considered a kind of combat skill. Turn a man into a woman and grow a female male genital organ." Kodzi was shocked to the heart. Zul laughed, noting that he had a funny face. She confessed she likes to watch the emotions of the caused, especially if they differ at least a crumb of ingenuity. Then he realized that she said all this for fun to laugh. She advised him to be alert in all circumstances, because in addition to the ability to follow others, he had no special skills. I came to my senses and asked the guy why the ability to copy is not too strong. The girl explained, "Even if he recreates another's technique, it will be the first attempt for him, while the real master's behind the shoulders years of training. And these are fundamentally different levels of art." Suddenly, Kodzi shone. Zul said that no one could masterly use a new tool on the first attempt. The art depends directly on the skill of the mentor, next to which you are. In order to reveal the ability, you need to get the blessing of God. You need to train until it recognizes that you have achieved the right strength. She lifted her finger and, while directing it on Kodzi, stated, "A newcomer who accidentally gained the skill without any skill is not suitable." The guy nodded, silently agreeing. Moreover, at about 40%, she is convinced that his rival will become the saddle of Mary. He repeats this name aloud. It is a brutal gladiator who hunts weak servants from other worlds. She is a former student, a real torture. Skillfully possesses the sword, and has a lightning deadly stroke skill. But even if the creature dies, it will be resurrected thanks to the ability, and will still be subdued by force. In his opinion, there is almost no chance of winning, but he should be full. The young man fell to the ground with horror. It seemed to him that he was simply accidentally summoned, as if in some game, where he would have to fight not for life, but to death in the conflict itself. But even if he dies, there is definitely some kind of woman who will come to life and pull it with him, having an unnaturally large body. It seemed to him complete nonsense. He was chosen by accident, as in the lottery. He asked himself if his life should turn into a ruin because of someone's fun. And suddenly it came to him what he just said. He fought, showing true skill, and even if he was defeated, it would not be the end for him. The guy laughed loudly, which was a lot of surprise. Koji asked if everything was so serious. He assured that this game was quite ordinary, which was even more surprised by the girl. It was a competition of masters in a close arena, where any techniques could be used in the space of 3 dimensions, without any restrictions and without focusing on the first person. He was glad, because among the skills were those who were able to feel on his own body. Meanwhile, Zulu's face has fallen. He exclamedly exclaimed that all this is reminiscent of an incredibly realistic game in virtual reality. If the game is really so good, then it will gladly plunge into it for hundreds of hours. There was no internet then, like no rules. If he wins, no one blames him, so you can calmly trick and break all the established patterns of the game. He loudly announced that this is the latest virtual game with full freedom of action for players, and the most interesting thing is that all the opportunities here will have to be opened on their own. Zul looked carefully at him, not understanding what happened, because now he was not the newcomer before him, which he seemed a few minutes ago. She felt the aura of an experienced warrior focused around him, although it was a regular high school student, captured by video games. His grades at school are ordinary, and sports achievements do not impress. However, in the game world, he almost always turns out to be the winner. The grandfather approached the door and turned to Mrs. Mary, announcing that the final match would begin. Suddenly he was surprised. Mary settled simply on the associated girls. He did not even understand what the show was angry. Mary shouted at the girl, ordered to stop her immediately. She wondered how this maid dared to contaminate her armor with her dirty sweat. She was clearly annoyed. He inadvertently came to mind whether she started it only because someone accidentally dripped on her armor. Actually, from the sadist of Mary, it was not necessary to wait for another. She got up and stated that the girl would be punished after the game. Mary was only trembling with fear. She approached her husband, surprised that time was so fast. Mary without hesitation agreed to go with him. She walked the corridor, mockingly calling the fools called. The man felt confused and embarrassed. Mary disdainfully noticed that these failures even failed to erase from her armor. Real waste. Then she cast a piercing look at a frightened man and wondered if her next opponent was also a call. He trembled it. The girl smiled brutally and abusively, said that it was even for the better, because she intends to cast this cage and then keep him nearby, as if her sweet humble girl, until the very end of his days. The man fades, mentally sympathized with an unknown who he is. He was convinced that Kodzi has no chance of defeating this woman. People shouted loudly, eagerly waiting for the beginning of the battle. The presenter confidently approached the microphone and solemnly announced, "From that moment, the final match begins." She reached out, announcing that both gladiators had already aged in the arena. She noted that the first participant should not arrange loud representations, but will still voice her name. This is a woman who is famous for her insanely persistent attacks. The Latin soldier is a real flower of the Landroot family. And yet, for unknown reasons, lagging from the knightly path, she chose the path of gladiator. In her account, 20 fights, and all ended with a victory. It is known as a fiery knight, Mary Landrut. Men, exclaiming the name of Mary, wanted to hear a desperate cry of her enemy, and Onila was ordered to burn everything to the ground. The girl, with the assistance of the supreme priestess, introduced the rival Mary, Mishima Kodzi, a man from another world. The audience did not hold back laughter, because he did not even have a gun. The presenter reported that he was honored to complete today's speech. The sage's family provided this opportunity for free, and not surprisingly, because his ability to reproduce techniques is the weakest among all. Suddenly, a silence reigned around the explosion of a loud laughter, which broke out of the arena. The attendees wondered why he appeared here at all, and did not forget to add mockingly, "They say, the guy was not lucky." The presenter noted that, as everyone knows, the ability to copy only concerned the skills of opponents with whom he came into battle. Meanwhile, in the unison chat, people advised the boy to leave. The copied skill is much inferior to the original. It would be more correct to call it only a pale, simplified version of true ability. She exclaimed that Kodzi was the weakest of the callers she had to see. She became wondering what feelings he has now, when he suddenly turned into a gladiator. People wondered at the Zaid what feelings occur when you throw 1,000 magic stones. Hearing this, the priestess became angry. Mary took a few steps forward, and the presenter noted that it seems that the girl wants to add something. Mary smiled cunningly and turned to the boy with the ability to copy. They say she was really scared. Suddenly, a glowing adventure would happen during the duel. Suddenly, she looked sharply on the servant standing behind. She grabbed one by her hair and assured Kodzi so that he would not worry, even if it puts an end to his boy's life, because she would inevitably make a girl from him to pass her seeds. Silence prevailed. In the crowd, there were exclamations that incited Mary to end him. Kuchi slowly made a few steps forward. The presenter shouted in surprise, "Does Mishigami really have something to answer?" However, the crowd had already shot him. Calling to silence, they say, "The pleasure of a mercy here would not help." Kodzi took off his headphones and, raising his voice, turned to the public. Pointing his finger on Mary, he stated that he would easily overcome this old woman, who did not understand anything. After that, he smiled widely, and assured that he would do everything he should do in the Colosseum after victory. His confidence caused loud exclamations and approving screams. Hearing this, the anger of the priestess and Mary only intensified. The presenter shouted with indignation that the weakest of the gladiators dared to offend Mrs. Maria and declared it a winner. She wondered if you were really serious or just pretending. They were fascinated by the question. What are the intentions in Kodzi? The presenter loudly announced that Michigami Gladiator, known for his lowest skill, allowed himself to disdain the age of Mary and confidently declared his victory. Mary's feelings boiled from indignation through these words. They did not imagine what was being done in his head. The man just smiled, smiling. Earlier, while behind the lattice, he questioned Mary's abilities. When Zul asked this, he explained that he wanted to know her abilities. Even if it is just a game without knowing anything about a rival, it will be almost impossible to win. Zul understood everything and said that she was not worried about it. But at the same time she thought, what is her benefit if the boy had no money? He stated with full seriousness, if he wins, he would fulfill one of the requests of Zul. She smiled mysteriously, thinking whether it was only one promise. It seemed to her that such conditions were in his hand. Kodzi noted that even if it was true, he was not sure if it could be considered something bad. Zul wondered what he was in mind. Cody insisted that she shared the information. They say she was not threatened. But if he won, Everyone would understand that the weakest participant won only thanks to her hint. He wondered if it was really disadvantageous to her. Zul laughed, considering it funny. She sighed and agreed, because this choice was reasonable for a person who had nothing. The cakes glowed with happiness when Zul promised to tell him about the character of Mary, as well as to share his two abilities. The joy was literally flowing from it. Sally remembered what expression had a minute ago on his face. She was to believe that he would really be able to cope. In the end, she said that it was worth starting with Mary. She was born in an aristocratic family, and now she is 26 years old. She made her first steps on the battlefield as 16. For her merciless fighting manner, she gained the nicknamed Sadistic Mary. 3 marriage alliances, made for selfish reasons, have broken up every time. So now she has many complexes about age. Angry, Mary exclaimed that he would certainly destroy it. She called for the flames of purgatory and, having taken my breath, stated the curse before applying her skill. Koji cleverly evaded. The presenter commented that Mary had attacked him to the flames of purgatory, a fire that could not be extinguished. Once in these tongues of the flame, the victim burns to the bones. Mary exclaimed to a full voice, ordering Koji to stop evading. Therefore, she again called on the flames of purgatory. After a loud explosion, the presenter asked if he had come. Suddenly, the crescents deftly got out of the flame. It turned out to be a virtuoso, evinative reception. The presenter enthusiastically exclaimed that this is far from the end, because the gladiator of the Mikagami cleverly evaded. She noted that he immediately changed his position. It was the second skill of Marie, the art of evasion, a step back. The noise immediately rose around. People shouted Marie that he drove her by his nose, using her own tricks. Realizing that it was the ability to copy the skills, the girl immediately suspected he would try to strike Mayuri with her own weapons. This was unbearably annoyed. Kodzima only smiled and called for purgatory flames. The presenter was surprised that Mikagami again applied one of Mary's techniques. But this time the attack was too weak and sluggish. People laughed at it. The presenter noted that here is the disadvantage of imitation. Only a pathetic parody of a real original came out. Mary laughed under her nose. The presenter noted that the girl was not at all swayed. But it is unlikely to surprise anyone. Most viewers are so well aware of the cause of her confidence. But for those who do not know, Mary's armor is resistant to fire. The girl explained that, of course, she took care of the protection. She could not get burned with her own flames. Kazi faded, and Mary wondered if he understood everything. She coldly noted that her skills are not even close to her skills, and such pathetic imitation does not pose any threat to her. She laughed aloud, calling his words empty chats. The guy thought for a moment, and then began to repeat the phrase, purgatory. Mary wondered where he was aiming. Deciding to show how to use this weapon, she took everything in her own hands and caused purgatory fire. Koji barely has time to jump back, avoiding the blow. The presenter admires, Magachi is cleverly evasion. Meanwhile, the enemy raises his hand, activating another technique. He was called meaningless. They say this attack would not give anything. They said to stop panic. But suddenly everyone asked themselves in surprise, why did they find themselves here? Almost all of the arena drowned in the flames of purgatory. Mary sympathetically noted that she was nowhere to run, but added, to finish everything would be so boring. She stated that he may have mercy on him if he began to be pleased with the mercy. Having ordered her clothes and kneeling, she forced him to shout loudly that he was a servant of Mrs. Mary. Only then, she assured, will he not suffer for long. Koji smiled cunningly and noted that she probably said to every man. Marie was surprised to find out that he had long understood it. She just waved and said it was boring. Mary undresses the opponents and makes them fall on her knees without paying any attention to the pleasures of the police about mercy. She further smokes their bodies until the judge recognizes the opponent dead and stops the fight, and sometimes it lasts painfully for a long time. She confirmed that it was true. Koji wondered if it laughed. In response, the girl laughed and acknowledged that it really was very funny. The fools often challenge him, taking this absurd lie for the truth. Then they sit, mourning their defeat, with empty knees and without clothes. She confessed that she liked their faces at a moment when they understood. She was not going to curb the flames of purgatory. Horror and despair distorted their features. In the end, Kazi began to offend her, which was a lot surprised by Mary. He threw her, they say, to be a terrible person to chase newcomers. She asked me what it means. Kodzi explained that this is usually the kind of helpless old witches. The girl did not joke. On this, Kadza began to prove to everyone that he really was a good and decent person. He stated that if she undressed and fell on the floor, he would certainly do so even with the old one. This caused laughter from the audience. The hostess was amazed that Kodzi would continue to tease her. In response, the irritated girl made it clear that she was no longer going to tolerate it. She called the purgatory flames, but Koji was lightning back, avoiding attacks. The presenter stopped in place. Her gaze was grabbed by the Migakami gladiator, who quickly rolled around the arena like a shadow. They were struck by the crazy speed at which he moved. Zul himself could not believe that he really succeeded. Being in prison, she remembered, as Kodzi told the character and abilities of Mary, as well as about the features of her armor. The situation seemed completely hopeless, and she was curious about what Kodzi would dare. He was annoyed by his self-confidence. The same boldly wondered whether the departure backwards allows you to automatically avoid any danger, and whether the flames of the purgatory would remain in the arena until the skill is turned off. Zul only confidently confirmed all of what he said. Kodzi also added that if you correctly calculate the trajectory, in his opinion, someone is quite capable of doing so. This thought was a lot of stunning Zulu. The guy smiled treacherously and spoke about the combination of the step back with the flames of purgatory. According to him, this would allow you to move instantly in space. Mary was amazed at how he tried to avoid flames with amazing agility, throwing it away from once. It seemed to her that it was all a moment, a fleeting movement. Suddenly it came to her. If he was able to do it, then she will certainly work. Finally, she realized the real essence of the problem. Its armor securely protected it from the flame, and could also call the girl stupid. Like a clever Koji, she sharply turned and immediately hit the girl with her head in her back. Mary shook to the floor with a cry, releasing weapons from her hands. Picking her up from the floor, she angrily exclaimed something to Kodzi. The man fell on the mare of all weight, pressing a gun to her neck. Koji threatened that if she will move at least, he would register her throat. The girl froze with horror when she noticed in his hand. She couldn't even imagine where the guy came from these weapons. Zua immediately recognized her knife. The cake squeezed to her, and Mary, in a confused asking how everything happened, could not hurt why she had such misfortune. Koji with a bitter derision threw that she was, they say, a wonderful technique. But here's an actress from her. It is not right. However, even with this disadvantage, it had the advantage. It was only necessary to extinguish the flames and squeeze the enemies with a blade as they were trapped. The girl froze with surprise. Kodzi confessed that he deliberately incited her to demonstrate her skills. Against her sword, he still does not see the victory. Mary was genuinely surprised and wondered whether he was intentionally removing her from balance. She wondered sharply who he considers himself if he is worthless and a newcomer. Added, they say, "Who are you? A simple or another reincarnated underworld?" To which Kodza strictly replied that he is a common schoolboy who was fond of video games. Study and sports have never been his strength, but in the world of games, he almost knows no defeat. Daushka looked closely at the blade of a knife that she had straightened her throat. He wondered what to do in this situation, because if you kill it, it will be defeated immediately. At the same time, in the case of her death, she will be resurrected, using her skill. He specified if it was true. Zul told him that most of them appreciate the devotion in his warriors, so she suggested which words should be chosen. Mary was ready for everything. He wondered if she really believed that a slight death would come out of her hands, because now he had unlimited freedom of action and knew perfectly. Zaid would no longer be able to intervene. The priestess looked at it with a disgust. Kodzi asked if it should be left alive or deprived of life. The girl, squeezed with horror, was frantically asking what he had just said. People looked at it with lust. Marie begged him to stop and assured that she would fulfill his request. Koji Greenendad asked if she really said it. The girl immediately faded, and Kodzi asked if she had forgotten about their agreement. At the same moment, all the actions committed by her against the enemies flashed before her eyes. With a light, cunning smile, he wondered if she had not forgotten what he should do. The girl shuddered with surprise, quickly dropped her clothes and, without hesitation, dropped her down. The audience froze in surprise. She told that she had done so many horrific actions that could not be forgiven, but still pleaded with her mercy. The presenter stunnedly announced, Marie's gladiator recognized her defeat, and a real miracle happened in the arena. The weakest overcame the invincible. Marie was defeated. Seeing such results, Zeed was really stunned. She asked where the knife came from and who could help the boy. She screamed from rage, unable to believe that Mary had lost. Her voice was dorming. She asked if someone laughs, because everything that happened was not invested in her mind. Zul exploded with laughter. It would be struck that she was able to win. She stated that it was extremely cool, and even that ominous house would like it. The cakes realized that he had won, and laughed nervously, only now realizing how tense was. He lowered his own hand. She trembled. While it was a game, he could not be defeated. The weakest among the gladiators, the Mihami of the holes, won his first victory. Kodzi pulled Mary for a rope, firmly tied around her hands. The girl with fury ranged with curses. She was unbearably ashamed to be in such a humiliating position. As he opened the door, as he heard the girl greeted him on the advent of his first servant, with a smile, Zuli noted that for the first battle in the arena, it was quite good. She wondered if he could use her knife. When Mary learned that she was a retainer who had passed the knife, she did not joke. The lies, when he heard it, looked at her in surprise, thinking that it was an unusual zoo capacity. The girl with a mocking smile congratulated Mary on her first defeat. She added that Mary was not obliged to thank her, and she wondered with surprise what she was talking about. Zul turned and threw. Mary dreamed of losing his innocence with a stronger man, so she was still lucky. From these words, Mary's face has fallen. With a smile on his mouth, Zul confidently stated that he would win all the fighting from now on. Such words were quite surprised by Kodzi and Mary. Zul said Mary would become the first woman of the most powerful man. The angry Mary turned sharply and quit in response so that he did not laugh in such words, because as soon as he loses, she would kill him and herself without hesitation. Kodzi pulled his rope, and Mary reached for him. The new moon was cold that he was too noisy, and advised the girl to be silent better. Mary fainted and fell on the floor without movement. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the conversation with Zul when he asked her whether she really liked it. The girl advised, "If Kodzi wins, let him behave from above with Mary." After all, the show has repeatedly abandoned the proposals of marriage even before she found herself in the arena of the Colosseum. But despite the external indifference, it is indifferent to power, and it will be much easier to manage it if you treat Mary as a servant. With a smile on his mouth, Zul praised the guy, although it was quite obvious to him that Mary had already begun to show a great interest in Mikagama, so much that it was rushed in the eye even without unnecessary words. The girl first advised Kodzi to contact the secretary and get the necessary. The guy was surprised by the following instructions. She gave him the key to the room and the elixir, after which he immediately headed to the reception room. The girl learned from the results that the winner became Mishama Kodzi, and Mary Landro was defeated. Since this time the guy was triumphed, there is no need for pollution for growing organs. She threw a key to the room with the elixir bottles on the table. Kodzi took a special key made by a unique technology that cannot be forged. She explained that the break between fighting lasts a week, and that the rooms are equipped for this term, and food is included in security. Then the girl stretched out the flask with the elixir, and Koji wondered what it was. She explained coldly, "The vials contain an extremely strong aphrodisiac." Koji did not expect such an answer. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. The winner receives a unique award, the right to fertilize the defeated, and he has no right to refuse. This is a strict law of the conflict, however. Unfortunately, sometimes some victorious try to avoid their participation by resorting to bribery or using influential connections. To avoid this, they invent rooms and elixirs. On the first day, 2 gladiators drink elixirs, go to the room and close the door for 24 hours. If in the 24 hours they did not appear in them, they were forcibly poured for another portion of the potion, and again locked the door. In exceptional cases, they can spend a whole week in a tight room, under the action of aphrodisiac. Kodzi realized that this place is a trap from which you do not get out until you fertilize another person. It seemed to him that this thought was almost obsessive and painful. He realized that this was the only way out of the room, so he decided to ask what limit he could reach during this week. The girl explained that it is possible to leave the boundaries of Dango Citadel in a certain way. Servants have the skill of restricting movement. They are forbidden to leave the territory of the city, but within its borders they can move completely freely. Kodzo was pleasantly surprised and incredibly rejoiced. Now it became clear to him where Marie could get a fire-resistant armor and a special knife. In the breaks between the battles, you can safely visit the city's shops. He sincerely thanked the girl. She stretched them with potions and ordered to drink. Kodzi watched him with interest, and Marie had froze for a moment. The guy inadvertently thought that, of course, It was his first experience, because he was an introvert. The loss of virtue in a foreign world, even with an adult woman under the influence of aphrodisiacs and under someone's close supervision. He could not help but think, or whether it was not a bust, because the excitement of all this was a lot of it. But nevertheless, he has to keep the brand of a real strong guy and not to let the slack for a moment. In such a situation, a real strong man, most likely, without thought, would drain the entire bottle of potion with one sip. Mary was quite surprised when he dragged the flask without any hesitation, and at that moment it came to her. This guy really didn't joke. Putting empty dishes back, he calmly addressed her. Well, what happened? He opened her flask and commanded to drink the liquid to the bottom. She clumsily agreed and swallowed the potion, reported that everything was ready. Koji strongly grabbed her hand and hurried to call. The girl stunned her breath. He himself did not fully understand how this potion would affect him, but at first glance he did not feel anything wrong. He thought that this elixir was different for men and women. It affects women instantly, immediately complicating even the simplest movements. Mary tried to resist and not be exposed to potions. She was the only one in the family who inherited the flames, and it was respectful of the landrot flower. The girl could not sincerely imagine that she could fall in love with a weak young man who only knows how to skillfully copy other people's skills, and even a simple one whose power seemed worthless even as a child. Suddenly, she was illuminated by an unexpected thought. His face seemed surprisingly sweet. However, she immediately tried to reject the idea. These feelings did not belong to her at all. She could not allow this boy to influence herself. Suddenly, Kojo reported that he found what he was looking for. He opened the door and entered the spacious room. He noted that the bed is not too big here, but a double. The small room had a toilet and shower, so the conditions were already better than prison. He looked thoughtfully around, hesitating what to do next. Suddenly he felt the elixir began to act. He was afraid of fear, because his heart pounded in his chest. In men, the effect of this potion becomes noticeable in a few minutes. He immediately realized what was the matter. For the first time, having tasted alcohol, they are not yet able to master themselves. Sighing, he sharply threw Mary on the bed, and hanging over a girl who stopped with fear. At that moment, it was only a crazy desire. He grossly torn the clothes on Mary, despite her screams. She assured that she would not seem and be sure to take revenge on this freak. But he understood that he would not be happy for a long time. After that, loud cries came from the room. Mary begged him to suspend because he was too big for her. However, in a moment, despair in her voice gave way to pleasure. She suggested that he rest, though she had already enjoyed it. Time passed unnoticed. Finally, Kodzi opened the door. At that moment he was terribly exhausted. Zul greeted and asked if the interlocutor saw himself. The exhausted guy quit friendly greetings. Zul, noticing what Cody looks like, laughed. His exhausted, tired figure raised her question. Does he be aware of how many days he is already here? Kodzi himself seemed stunned. Zul reported that 3 days had passed, and she thought inadvertently whether he paid attention to her visits at all, because she came daily. His reaction was truly surprised. Koji immediately ordered to go to the store. Zul only smiled and noted that she was waiting for him. She laughed, and jokingly noted that she had left him for a long time if he had not disappeared from the house all over weeks. The guy in response assured that this would not happen, although he was not sure of it. She was wondering if he was also bored of this tasteless food. Thinking so, she suggested changing the situation and talking in a cozy eater nearby. Zul confessed that she knew a lot of interesting things about the next Kodzi rival. When they went out to the yard, Parna was captured by beautiful landscapes around. Zul added that Dango Citadel is the second largest city after the capital. Only the income of the conflict is not enough, so things are carried out beyond. Zul went to the lane, where he announced that Zyod was a large shareholder of the conflict. But Koji refrained from unnecessary words. She said that Zodid is one of the archbishops of the Enoccult. Gambling, usury, murder, underground trade, all this is his element. It is related to all the darkest affairs of this city. Thinking about power and money, Koji thought, which really means enough soldiers. At this point, Zulu's returned to her and noted that they should talk about it. The boys stood in front of a tall building when Zul voiced that they had arrived. She nodded to him, inviting her to follow her, and then she confidently moved inside. She assured him that she may not worry about possible monitoring. In this room, any sounds are securely muted. Kodzi calmly perceived this news. The girl wondered what the guy wanted to drink. Kodzi wondered if her energy would find. But she did not even hear about such drinks. So the guy just ordered the juice. She greeted him with his first victory. But in fact, it changed little. Kodzi defeated one of the fighters. I did it extremely humiliating. In fact, he just challenged the strongest person in the whole country. The guy retained silence. Zul stated that now he would not break away from him, and if nothing to do, he would understand instantly. They wondered what Zul suggested to do. He told that she lent a knife and visited him every day, so she was in the mess. Zul only laughed and replied that it is quite possible. The girl confessed to the woman who has a personal business on this woman, and has long dreamed of destroying her. She wondered if Kodzi had not forgotten about the promise he had made in prison. In response, the guy asked if it should mean that he should now undoubtedly follow all her words. Zul emphasized that winning is a vital necessity. It surprised the guy. She promised to always be on his side from now on, and yet, she urged not to stop there. He should win in order to eventually defeat the arrival. Koji noted that all this would continue until he end the service. He will have to come together with the team of that woman, and it would usually end tragically for him. He would have died without revealing the truth. Having such an amount of knowledge behind his back, he definitely does not lose. The girl happily and solemnly announced that they are now a team. Zolx proposed to go to the case, and immediately told who would become the following opponents of Kodzi. In addition to Mary, there are 3 fighters. More than 100 powerful skills from the Wisdom Library is Finn. Alice Cotton has a magical eye of the spatial exchange. And the next Kodzi rival is Merl Barak, a real titan with superhuman power and body, like steel. The skill that allows you to copy the abilities of rivals, especially if it is combined with 3 types of reinforcement, becomes a real nightmare for the owner of such skills and the most nasty enemy. Kodzi wondered if Zil is better to take care of herself, but she assured that it was not necessary to worry about resuscitation. She would handle everything. After all, she has more than most guys. A desperate cry came in the castle. Someone was so loudly swore that the echo was diverged by the walls. The girl with anger tightened her foot, pouring curses and images to Kodzi. He asked with anger how Michigami dared to put it with such a fool. She screamed, promising that he would pay dearly. Someone was even surprised by that cheeky rudeness. Zaid turned. All her fighters were already behind her back. Smoking, smiling, announced that all 4 of the Queen of Heaven had finally gathered. The 18-year-old Baroque laughed fun, saying that Mary had lost, and jokingly suggested changing their nickname to 3 Heavenly Queen. Alice Cotton, 19 years old, noted that Marie was absolutely meaningless to a person who has co-panter skills. Finna vocally noted that Mary's skills struck her with her power, but it seemed like it would explode from passion. Merl, confused, asked if everything was really so serious. He took up and voiced the idea that at least something should be done. However, the most important thing is to defeat Michigami. Alice only sighed, imagining how she had to deal with this child, and immediately refused. The Finn, however, added that she was not too concerned about it. Merl immediately understood the hint and stated that her turn had come. Z, meanwhile, turned his gaze on Niaye, thinking what kind of skill this girl can demonstrate. Niaye picked up a proposal without hesitation. She boldly stated that no copying skills will be able to cope with her muscles. She added with a sly smile, she will soon have a new toy. Zul talked about some skills whose class remains unchanged from the moment of their appearance. It is worth noting that even having the same skill, the difference between the 1st and 5th steps of skill is simply enormous. Merl, for example, has 3 different types of strengthening: increased attacks, protection, and speed. It seems there is nothing surprising in such an ability. But in the case of Merl, everything is not so easy. Each of these reinforcement reaches the 5th grade, and Merl herself is a skilled martial arts master. Thanks to these abilities, its strength, endurance, and speed are increasing several times. From the side of the rod, the remarks about the situation with Koji. They say, if the copy is the coffee, then it will be twice weaker, leaving it with a minor or even 3rd bit. And Koji himself, to be honest, does not strike power. The moral skill gives the owner a great physical strength, so old tricks will not help here. She wondered what step Koji would take. The guy thought for a moment, and then confessed that he did not understand what struck Zul. She wondered what it means. Suddenly she jumped and reminded, he promised her victory. The young man nodded, recognizing her right. He noted that there were 4 days left, so they have time. Duel is well understood. She sat side by side and smiled ironically. She said that he was self-assured, once she was going to resolve this issue in some 4 days. Smiling, he wondered if she would have helped him. Therefore, he admitted that he had another thought. This was so struck by Zola that he exclaimed, asking if he was really going to embody it all in 4 days. Koji wondered whether this means that hope was still. Duel asked if he realized how difficult it was. The girl became angry. Smiling, Koji explained that it was only a copy in case of unforeseen. In response, Duel threw a mug in him and was angry with the silence. She would do it. She stated that in such a situation he would certainly win. Koji nodded, full of confidence. Calling people and subjugating them, he will undoubtedly crush this woman. 4 days have passed, and the SKA presenters have announced that the decisive battle would take place today. After a recent striking victory in the arena, Mishama Koji again comes out. His opponent was one of the 4 Heavenly Queen Lady Zide. Last time, it ended in the fact that Mary remained without any clothes, humiliated to the ground. Zaid boils from rage, and the presenter asked what would end today, because the stands were filled with unusual anticipation. The second match of Mekigami took place today, and the ban on the rates was lifted. She announced that as long as there is such an opportunity, everyone can boldly go to the cashier with their winning. Some thought whether it was worth putting on a Mikigam, but most were sure that they had no chance. The coefficient for this match was 1.100 per 100, and all were affected by such a striking difference. The most powerful reinforcements of the 5th grade are opposed to the abilities that simply copy the skills, remaining only a weak likeness of the original. This time, he clearly cannot do small tricks. The man noted that if his friend seeks victory, it is better to put on Merl. To bet on Mikigam is just senseless. Mary and Koji remained in the cool, expectant hall. The girl returned to him and said quietly, "Today everything is completed for him." He was surprised to note a sharp change in the mood of Marie. 3 days ago, she was so friendly and kind. The girl argued that Marley is known for her horrible character, although she has truly outstanding skills. Her life credo is the right of the strong. She respects only those who can match her by force, and does not even look at the weaker. Koji noted that she looked like Mary. The girl denied, "This is not the case. Just Vicky she does not like, and there is nothing more about it." Merl, instead, viewed such people than his toys. Mary engulfed anxiety. At this moment, Merl noted that it was quite strange for her, but the girl did not hide her anxiety before the game began. Her servants were frightened to death. After that, Merl sighed heavily and called the #1 maid. In a few minutes, a crunchy rustle came in the room. The man came there to warn them of the fast start of the duel. But suddenly he was struck by the sight. The girl stood in front of him, with fully turned joints of hands and legs. Merl regretted that her consciousness was already fading. She turned to the 5th maid, ordered to heal the girl immediately. The frightened maid nodded in silence and obeyed. Merl hugged her husband and said it was time to go. At that moment, he had a confidence. Now for Mikigami, it will end finally. Merl has admirable that she would soon have a new toy. Mary wondered if he understood everything correctly. If he had lost his vigilance for a moment, he would be immediately grabbed, and left with the damaged joints, he would be completely defenseless. As soon as she grabs it, the match will end immediately. Mary wondered if he understood it. Kadzi sighed and expressed gratitude to her for his advice. He confessed that he had no idea how important his victory is. Mary Blashton was surprised, explaining that he had misunderstood her. She recalled that she was already warning. Everything would end today. They, smiling wrinkles, noted that if he wins, he celebrates it on her body. The girl asked what he was in mind. Her cheeks had a blush. The idea that in the event of Mikigami's victory, she would be turned back, did not rest. There was a loud homer at the stadium. The presenter solemnly announced, "The decisive moment has come." She said that both gladiators received a loud ovation, the embodiment of the law of the jungle, where the right of strong. The most prominent booster and martial arts master came to the arena, particularly standing out the queen of individual fighting, the goddess of lightning speed with 20 victories behind her shoulders, Merl Baraprox. And here is an unsuccessful appeal made by Archbishop Zaid, the owner of the weakest abilities, whose sole power was to copy skills. This is what gave him the opportunity to defeat one of the 4 queens, Mary. In an impressive first duel, he was able to kneel her, forcing her head to bow to his own knee. It was Koji's Mikuma. The man loudly suffered him to act because he put all his money on him. Suddenly, another man laughed and mockingly asked if he was so stupid. People shouted to Merl, hoping that she would turn him on the doll. Everyone wanted to see how this baby would cry. The girl just laughed back. She said it was extremely exciting, and to break it into small pieces will become even more interesting. Soon, Kadzi will turn into a tiny figure without her own free will. She laughed, confessing that she was looking forward to it. But Kodzi severely cut her off, saying that this would not happen, and added that she was only a senseless woman. He smiled at a predatory smile and promised that he would beat her so that she would not be able to get to his feet. At the same moment, when they announced the beginning of the duel, their views met. Sharp, full of challenge, the host's voice solemnly announced the beginning of the decisive battle of this day in the arena of the Colosseum. She announced that the superhuman force of reinforcements and the art of copying abilities would come together today. After that, she confidently extended her hand forward and announced, from now on the match was officially open. But the boys were already going to prepare for the first course. Merl instantly activated all three of her amplifiers, for attack, protection, and speed, not hiding a satisfied smile. At the same time, the same bonuses used Koji. The presenter explained that these reinforcements belong to the 5th level, and that both participants have started the match with reinforcement. She also clarified, what you see now is a blue aura strengthening the 5th level. Koji cast a surprised look at her, not understanding why she stopped. And the girl said with a smile that he did not hesitate, and started the first. She gave him the advantage. Kodzi laughed and exclaimed what she was good, but immediately added, then you should not complain about him. The presenter noted that, full of mysterious confidence, Michigami DV strongly moved forward. She wondered if he really had a plan this time that would help him cope with the absence of copying, as he did it last time. He cast a harsh look, glad that this time there was an opportunity to train. In addition, the guy recently requested that Zol was looking for a reinforcement of the 5th grade. The girl was frankly surprised, but Kodzi remained adamant on her own. It is unlikely that strengthening can be considered too unique ability. The boys said that despite the surveillance, they had a few more such secret shelves. Here he could train quietly as he wants, remaining out of someone's look. But unexpectedly, Zul noted that everything was much more complicated than it seemed at first. She noted that the abilities of the 5th level are extremely rare, so finding someone by tomorrow will be almost impossible. Kaodzi confidently stated that he absolutely needed help. Zul with a clamp replied that she was perfectly understood and tried to help. Koji rushed forward, believing that his 5th grade enhancement was just a pale copy that would maximize the 3rd grade level. However, this Kodzi did not work out in training. The guy suddenly twisted around Merl, and she lost him from sight. He moved so rapidly that it seemed as if he had dissolved in the air. She asked with a cunning smile if she was trying to distract her attention. In addition, she noted that everything happened even more slowly than it seemed before. She sincerely hoped that it was at least the 3rd category. Unfortunately, the results do not even reach the other. Suddenly, the guy jumped on his feet, and Merl turned instantly thinking, if it is all that he is capable of, it is worth grabbing him and using his favorite tactics, as with previous rivals. Suddenly, Merl got a powerful blow straight into her face, and an expression of surprise appeared on her face. However, the surrounding viewers, full of excitement, would not be surprised if she missed this blow. Suddenly, Merl broke again. However, the girl jumped back. The presenter, in surprise, shook his head, exclaimed, who would have thought that the first would hit Mishigami? She remembered how she first saw Meryl's blood. The girl smiled cunningly and noted that it was surprisingly insidious trick of the enemy. She noted that the guy chose a completely different speed mode to gain momentum while driving. The presenter asked what Merl meant, talking about 2 speeds. The girl explained that this time player Michigami applied his own strengthening. The audience welcomed Mekagami, and some even incited him to defeat the girl, because everyone was eager to make money on this match. The presenter wondered if this trick really worked. Zaid, watching all this, did not restrain himself and laughed at the bottom of his heart. People gradually began to agree, acknowledging the right. Merl clenched her hand and laughed quietly. She cast a cold, cruel look at him and stated that her turn to attack her. Most likely, it will start with a powerful blow to the chest. The girl warned Kodzi that he was preparing to defend himself against her pressure. Koji froze with fear without taking her eyes off. Merl cleverly jumped off the ground and rushed lightly at the attack on the paired. Kyuju was in surprise, crossing his arms on his chest to protect himself from the impact. At this point, Merl, with a whole sound, clapped his palms with his palms. The piercing chords took a blow on itself, flew to the other side of the arena and crashed into a metal fence. He coughed, and blood splashed from his mouth. The audience froze in intense silence. The presenter solemnly announced that the decisive moment had come, and Merl boldly took advantage of a baptismal gun. Instantly, the whole hall exploded with joyful exclamations, enthusiastically applauding Merl. The crowd was loudly exclaimed that the girl is the best, and she should deal with this guy. In response, Merl only cheerfully raised her hands and laughed. Koji lay spread on the ground, hardly rising when saliva flowed from his mouth. He was convinced that he received only one blow, but he was extremely powerful. In his eyes, he gathered tears while he tried to restrain himself. He was too painful for him. Strong excitement completely absorbed his thoughts, leaving chaos and confusion. Why he was here, he did not understand himself. Waiting ahead, also Rime, the hostess noted that everything happened exactly as she predicted, and the circumstances changed instantly. This reaction is quite natural for the experienced 4th or 5th rank. And Merl just smiled smugly. She came close to Koji, looking at him from top to bottom. She asked if he guessed why she had only released one shot. Merl explained that it was important for her to determine how much he went in improving his own body. She smiled smugly and stated that it still doesn't matter, because her future beauty would still not be able to die in her home. The coaching was stunned, realizing that Merl was restrained even during the blow. Koji tried to get up, thinking that this pain was a trifle compared to the torture he was experienced during the experiment. He realized that it works when all 3 reinforcements merge together. Merl noted that if everything breaks too quickly, then it would be quite uninteresting to turn it into something boring. Koji crawled into the opposite side. The girl turned to him, asking if he was really hurt. She grabbed him by her neck and lifted him with one hand without effort, announcing that he had got caught. The guy tried to win time and asked to wait a little, but she only cleared his neck. The girl clenched his shoulder firmly with her fingers, and smiling, suggested that she started with his right shoulder. Suddenly the buttocks felt burning pain. His cry escaped out, but at this moment a loud crunch came from his mouth. Merl laughed fun and wondered that it was a strange sound. She jokingly asked if the pain was so unbearable that he decided to break his tooth himself. Koji tried to breathe his breath. Merl sighed and noted that the weak always like to repeat nonsense like, "They say, power is also a responsibility, which is why strong should be protected by the weaker." She turned almost crazy and waved, "They say." It was just some nonsense. And then, as if in passing, she wondered if she did not consider the cakes the same. She confessed that she is especially fond of twisting her fingers with enemies and all who are inferior to her force for her only toys. In response, Merl exclaimed that he would soon check it in his own experience. The young man was intensely understood, aware. Under no circumstances it is possible to enter this game, especially when it comes to this girl. He was convinced that another game before him, and therefore he was not allowed to play. Merl laughed in full voice, remembering how Koji was crying. She exclaimed enthusiastically that she loves to see how her favorite toys sobs. It brings her real pleasure. The girl cheered what happened next. Maybe now the turn of the left shoulder. The guy was silent. But suddenly, the girl exclaimed that she just remembered. That's why Kodobel made her choice. So he had to tell everything himself. When Merl came closer, Koji suddenly spat on her mouth, and she froze with surprise. The presenter did not restrain himself and asked loudly what it had just happened. She told the whole voice how Mikagami used the moment when she was kept, and just spit Merla straight to her mouth. The audience exploded with loud laughter and exclamations, enthusiastically joked that even in such an unexpected situation, Mikagami manages to arrange a real show. This is a true master of his business. Some in irony called him a genius, emphasizing the strangeness of his talent. Merl was contemptuously splashing, releasing Kodzi's neck. A moment later, she threw his foot to the side. The young man jumped sideways and, spilling over his shoulder, with a moaning on the floor, experiencing acute pain. The presenter announced that a powerful blow to Merl was staging the guy to the opposite edge of the arena. She jokingly added that she was still alive. Children who were ashamed and tired began to get up from the floor. Merl quietly came from behind and asked what he was doing. He looked around and looked with horror at Merl, who asked if he decided to check how patient the girl could be patient. The morality of his fists, and angrily exclaimed that he had succeeded, because her heart had been crazy. She added that it became more hot. She came close and confessed that she was so angry that she was unable to restrain. Strengthening herself to the border due to her ability to duplicate, she threatened to grind this boy with all his organs into stuffing. At the same moment, it simultaneously increased the speed, increased the attack and protection, imposing these reinforcements. But suddenly she frozen in place in amazement, without smoking. What just happened? Suddenly Koji smiled, and noticing this unexpected change, she asked what really happened. At the same time, Koji was sharply ashamed, and sincerely gratitude turned to Merl. His blow came to her just into her stomach. The girl felt a sharp anxiety. Immediately, at incredible speed, it was on the opposite side of the arena, and crashed into it the already tight wall. The audience froze with a sincere delight, affected by this stunning scene. The presenter, based on the law, explains the essence of events. It turns out that it is on the street Mishigami just reached the peak mark. Koji lowered his squeezed hand, complaining of unbearable pain in his forearm. Merl lay on the cold earth, convincingly grabbing the air. Acute pain did not allow her to breathe. She leaned her hands, trying to understand what it was, a strange feeling. It turned out that the pain from the impact was here to nothing. In fact, her body was extremely exhausted, so she could not understand what was happening to her. The girl flashed with a blush, feeling that her whole nature was burning from the inside. But she could not see the umbilical cords that were confused in her thoughts. From excitement, she only with noise and breathed hard. Koji approached her with a tricky smile and said that in such a state it would be difficult for her to move. The girl in response was only breathing and gentle. Koji insisted that it was not a bull's saliva, but a real mysterious elixir. Merl was amazed at hearing it. The guy noted that she usually causes one stroke, and then goes to the enemy joints. It was at this point that he dispersed the capsule with Luxor-M. He confessed to her that he had splashed everything in her smiling mouth. Sigining hard, Merl finally realized that she became the source of that unpleasant feeling somewhere deep inside. The cake said smartly that he guessed from the very beginning. As soon as she loses his self-control, you will definitely use the duplication technique. Merl, a little surprised, wondered why he decided so much, and where all her usual strength of reinforcement went. The girl looked at it and confessed that she did not even choose it when she put on the necessary reinforcement. Chikundi Granta noted that such an enhancement of feelings can be transmitted to another person, even if he was convinced that she made another choice. He claimed that it was impossible to accept this elixir, and not choose the man who stands before you. He glowed with joy, imagining how before the beginning of the battle he tested dozens of women's strengthening. Merl breathed difficult and fragrant, feeling as an unbearable pain is intertwined with the action of the elixir, turning it all into a real test for her. She twisted. The feelings were at the same time painful and surprisingly pleasant. The mere fact that it was happening stunned her, but she could not stop the events. Merl had no strength to get up. Koji noted that the elixir instantly affects women, and men would come in a few minutes. In his case, it is about 5. In this short period of time, he can safely do everything he wants. Merl faded and asked the boy to wait a little. The cake sat down in front of her, looking in the eye, and said that this is how the disobedient girls end. With one hand, he threw Merl on his back, and she fell hard to the ground. The man went around her from her back, waving her hand. The girl, puzzling, said in surprise, "What are you going to do?" Suddenly, he hit Merl so much that she shouted. The presenter also cried out the surprise, raising a wave of interest among the audience about what Mishigami is doing. She commented loudly that the guy had just slapped Merl on the buttocks. The guy laughed harder, mockingly noting that she was already an adult girl, and still entertained with dolls. He exclaimed that it was time to introduce her to life for real, with Allison. Merl screamed and clogged, not finding words to answer Koji. She felt burning pain, which at the same time brought incomprehensible pleasure. If this continues, it will be difficult to withstand such a crazy pressure. The cakes ruthlessly beat Merl, scattering her with images, and questioned who taught it at all. He reproached the girl, calling her stupid, and demanded to think about his own behavior. The audience was sincerely stunned, but they were delighted with the action and urged Koji to continue in the same spirit. Zaid, amazed, wondered what really happened to Odit. In response, she only reproaching that they are all real stupid, because it is strictly forbidden to cook potions. This categorically violates the rules. He did a complaint with a complaint, but he did not find what to answer. After watching the book, the judge noted that no one seemed to be aware that someone would dare to bring this elixir there, so he was not yet on the list of forbidden. The man noted that Mikami probably asked in advance. He added that the name will undoubtedly be included in the list, but this cannot be considered a violation of the rules. Curl from rage. She screamed and, grabbing her husband by the collar, asked with distrust whether it was a joke at all. It seemed that everyone was just mocking it. In despair and anger, the girl shouted again, calling Michigami loudly. The presenter loudly proclaimed that no one would have sleep, but Mikagami managed to carry out a real miracle for the second time in a row. She was convinced that the victory of Mikagami was inevitable. The guy rubbed his nose, convincing himself that he is about to happen to him. Marie Tio was quietly sitting in the room on the second floor, listening to the end of the match. She did not leave her thought. If they were moved to this level, it probably means something important. She glanced up and thought that Mikagami won again. Her cheeks flashed a blush. The girl remembered how Kodzi assured that if she wins, she must be celebrated by using her body. She straightened. I was convinced that only she managed to be defeated by him. So to find out that Merl also gave way to him no longer seemed something incredible. She carefully pulled the rope on which her things hung, and bitterly thought that she had no choice. She would have to greet them from Kuji. It was at this moment that the door suddenly creaked, reading. Mary instantly turned around and exclaimed the name of Mikagami, noting that all this seems to mean his victory. But suddenly the expression of her face changed. She was unpleasant. The girl glanced at the boys who had a hard breath, barely hiding her excitement. Mary could not hurt why these two were so excited. She wondered in Mikam if he had already handed over the potion. The lies, pulling Merl for the rope, attracted her to the bed and stated that during the duel this elixir gave her. Marie, having heard these words, watched them with surprise. The cakes dragged sharply by the rope, and Merl fell on the bed. Outraged, she quickly crawled towards, and turning to Ai, challenged, "Does he really think that she would just give up to him?" She raised her hand, activated the 5th level, and at the same moment rushed to strike him. Kodzi grabbed her hand, called her unreasonable, and then asked if she realized that she was under the influence of the elixir, and that now this improvement is only turning into little support. Suddenly, he stated that according to the rules of this conflict, the winner gives his inspiration to the defeated. Saying this, he hit her again in her heart and warned that she was waiting for a new punishment. The girl cried out. It seemed to her that such humiliation would be unbearable. However, the amazing feeling that swept it suddenly brought pleasure. Mary, on the contrary, was stunned by the severity of punishment, especially in such a pathetic situation. She only watched Merl trying to escape from her last forces and quit his coach reproach. He in vain believes that he was able to force her. In response, he sharply ordered her to silence. After that, she asked him to stop and not to do the intended. Suddenly, Koji calmly warns her not to crumble, and Merl broke out of pleasure. Mary was surprised because Mikagami claimed that she celebrated her victory using her body. Suddenly Merl shouted loudly, and Mary's cheeks were swam. Subsequently she calmed down, thinking that all this was not so personally, because such is a common matter for all participants in a conflict, a duty dictated only by need. Meanwhile Merl did not calm down and exclaimed how great it was. Mary considered it quite natural that Merl would be the first, but she could not stop thinking about it. Suddenly, Merl exclaimed that he was in love with Mikagami. Mary immediately faded and jumped out of bed, which immediately attracted the attention of Kodzi. The girl grabbed one of the flasks with a liquor and drained her to the bottom in an instant. She clenched the empty flask with all her strength, and cracked. Stopping Mikami and Merl, the girl called Kodzi loudly. Jumping up, she solemnly declared that they should get a greeting from her. All around the stunned froze, so they passed long days. At the end of their joint stay, Zul waved his hand, greeting the boy. Koji, pale from fatigue and exhaustion, also congratulated the girl. After all, having got out of his room, he asked how much time it has passed. With a wide smile, Zul reported that it had been 3 days, just like last time. Zul noted that this time she already knows exactly when to appear. Suddenly, one of the girls returned to Mikagami and wondered if he had already finished. Zul looked into the room and joked that they seemed to have already fallen into a strong admiration for that guy. Kodzi only silently remained silent. Mary confidently stated that Kodzi is already actively preparing for the next duel, and only 4 days left time. Merl was genuinely surprised to hear this news. She approached a few steps and asked why all this, if he was still doomed. Smiling, she looked forward and added, "Very soon Kodzi has to face Alice." The girl smiled at her gaze and noticed, if the defeat is not avoided, why not spend the last 4 days with them, having received a little pleasure from it? The Cakes threw a shirt and confidently stated that the next time the victory would be behind him, so everyone can safely wait for his return. Merl shone with a sincere smile and assured that she would listen to his every word. Instead, Mary remained silent. And here, Koji suddenly came to think that he may not have to go the way he was going. He cast his gaze on the door and told Merl that she was going with them. The girl was confused, but gladly jumped to the boy. The Cakes were also surprised and advised her at least to dress. Marie did not hide her shock. It was difficult for her to believe that the Cakes had chosen Merl, not her. She was indignant loudly, asking why he took Merl with him and waited for her. The Cakes hurried to Zula in a hurry whether they were accompanied by Zaid's spies. Hearing this, Zul confirmed that spies are really here. They chat right at the entrance. The Cakes smiled insidiously, promising that they were waiting for a fascinating sight. Zul, in response, only smiled nervously, looking at the holes, because as soon as his face seemed to her truly spooky. Soon the walls of the castle, Zaida, shook a piercing scream. The girl was raging, indignantly questioned how they could lose from the field of view of Machami Koji. The beaten guards with the guilty appearance were justified. Merl applied their 5th levels, so they were completely powerless to oppose it. Zaid became angry when it came to the fact that she could not do anything. She asked sharply what it means, and then unbridled each of them. At this point, another girl who was in the room took a deep breath. Alice asked if this guy was trusting Merl. She wondered if Merl really allowed some unclean man to do so. Alice noted that her girlfriend had fallen on an incredibly low stage, losing her dignity. After that, Alice got off her chair and said that if she was all she wanted to inform her, she would probably go. The woman called Alice in her name loudly and asked to stay at least for a short time. The girl turned slowly and glanced at Zaid, after which she quietly asked what she wanted. The angry Zaid could not restrain and baked, as Alice managed to remain so indifferent, because they need to decide something. She noted with indignation that both of them lost this clash. The reason for the failure, in her opinion, was the lack of a thoughtful strategy. In the meantime, this guy is undoubtedly preparing a new insidious attempt to overcome Alice. The girl jumped sharply from the chair, slamming him, and looked with anger to Zaid. Did she forget who was talking to? At the same moment, powerful gross grove and dazzling lightning flashes swept throughout the castle. The whole fortress shuddered at the powerful force. The priests were stunned and covered with horror. Did they rush to Mrs. Aid, excitedly falling asleep with her questions? What is happening in their kingdom? Suddenly one of them was stunned. What he saw in the room was embarrassed. The ceiling over their heads disappeared without a trace. Alice, who hanged right in the middle of this tiny room, looked silently at a frightened man who only had time to understand that there was no ceiling above him. Alice, with dark eyes, stated that the match had ended less than in a moment. Zaid was truly amazed at what she saw, and did not restrain his admiration. It was incredible. Alice looked insanely at Zaida and stated that her ability to spatial exchange was not equal, and it was undoubtedly. The occupying stretched, smiled, and confirmed, all this is true. The priests were silent for shock, feeling the powerful tension that prevailed in the room. Smiling, Zay remembered how the previous battle taught her several important things that came in handy. She has already realized that Mikagami chooses people with similar abilities to try them later in different ways. She cast her gaze on Alice, and was convinced that this time, therefore, she would certainly be lucky. After all, she bought everyone in the city who had a talent similar to the skills of Alice long before. Her lips stretched in a sinister smile. To all this, Puro could not deny the obvious. Alice was the best among them, and the match with Mikagami would end so quickly that he would not even have time to understand anything. In addition, she was pleased that she had finally deprived Koji's opportunities to conduct her experiments. The boy is already watching closely, so he has no chance to change something. The night glowing, Zaid laughed in full voice, anticipating her inevitable victory. At this time, amazing silence prevailed in the eastern wilds of Denga Citadel. Local residents quietly dealt with their business without worrying anyone. Zul smiled, imagining how Zaid was already rubbing her hands with pleasure. He was convinced of her victory. This thought cheered Zul, and she did not restrain the ironic laughter. Remembering this self-confident woman, Zul took a step forward and announced that they were already in place. The girl was standing directly in front of him, and Duel noted that no one even suspected the existence of someone else with the spatial skills of exchange, similar to the possessing of Alice. Right in front of them stood that Clover, a girl woman. She silently met their views without saying a word. Puzzled, Merl wondered what miracle they were able to get to that. Cozy looked at her and replied that in fact, everything was simple enough. The guy explained that they took her to work before her fight began with Merl. After that, she left the city. And now she returned, because this was due to their contract. Koji closed his eyes and noted that he was already celebrating his victory. However, they have long predicted all possible scenarios. For them, the plan of Zaidita and the union with the Duel were two simple obstacles. Merl was delighted and praised Mikagami with all her heart, and also called him in her name. Then she confessed with a charming smile that his shiny mind even excited her. The young man with a tricky smile added that they only had to invent how to overcome Alice. Tia Clover called Kodzi, took a deep breath and looked at them focusedly. She admitted with reluctance that it is extremely unpleasant for her to say something like her client. However, by testing this skill, he will not be able to defeat Alice. He heard a lot of boys. Duel tensed and noted that they did not even try to say anything. Ta sighed and agreed, and then suggested that they look at it on their own. She exclaimed the name of Megami Koji and ordered him to apply a spatial exchange skill, pointing herself as a target. The boys were stunned by her words and looked at them. Duel wondered in anxiety whether everything is well with Tio, because it could have cost her life. However, the girl remained adamant and firmly ordered Kodzi to do exactly what she asked for. The young man thought for a moment, squeezing his fist firmly, then squeezing his fingers and decided to agree with her and use his skill. Having stretched his hand forward, he lightly copied the action, and the pickles activated the skill of spatial exchange. At the same moment, the face met, and Merl was angry with surprise. The cakes, not pronouncing the word, concentrated in the area of land, which he lifted into the air instead of Chia. He rapidly threw the object to the ground, and he crumbled into small debris. The Z code was immediately faded, and TIA asked if the meaning of it came to it. She, in a hurry, explained that everything happens exactly as the name of the spatial exchange skills. This ability allows you to change two sections of space, and any object that finds itself outside the new borders is ruthlessly cut off. Tai proudly added that it is her most powerful skill. She cast a piercing look at Koji and stated that from such a distance, it could spread it in half without even making an effort. But the copied ability had twice as much radius, so it will not even have time to move out of place, as it is already dead. She also emphasized that in addition to everything, it is unlikely that he will simply be able to set up the coordinates for this skill. Besides, she also owns her. Pallor was involuntarily on Kodzi's face. In her words, he could not find any objection. He clenched his hand into his fist, realizing that he was at a considerable distance from the goal and time left. His gaze was chained to an empty niche in the floor when that suddenly reported, "Alice is a first-class specialist. Alice's skill covers the entire arena up to the very land and impresses the goal, so that she immediately stated that she could destroy Koji in a moment." She extended her finger forward, warning that he was forbidden to evade or attack to escape. Koji was surprised by such a challenge and hastily retreated. Ta Clover decided to make it clear to everyone that there was no chance of winning in the CODs. Duel and Merl were surprised to look at Kodzi, who, lost, could not pronounce words. At that moment, Mary sat in the second-level room of Mikami and said that the next rival of the boy would probably be Alice. She thought, and came to the conclusion that Merl was probably right earlier. It was worth stopping Megami. The girl looked carefully at the little shackles who had recently pulled her neck, and now they were lying helplessly on the bed. All her view was chained to this subject. Suddenly, Maria fell out of bed, picked up a pillowcase and waved her in the air. Then she carefully covered her little bed. After cleaning in the room, she indifferently fastened the shackles around her neck. She dropped again on the bed, plunging into the reflections on Mikama and how his next clash from Alice would go. It has passed a lot of time, and the arena was filled with impatient viewers. The presenter congratulated all those present, both women and men who came to a spectacular duel. She also sincerely apologized for a slight delay caused by technical faults. The audience was already looking forward to this confrontation. Loud exclamations were rushed, and the whole crowd exploded with joy, meeting the beginning of a new duel. The host, with the excitement, summed up the results and announced, "The final duel will take place today." She looked carefully at the arena where future rivals were opposite each other. She announced that today Alice Cotton would come together with Mikagi Makoudzi. The presenter noted that it is not a secret for all for a long time. It is a third duel in a protracted confrontation. Meanwhile, a loud cry came up from the audience. The audience incited Alice to finally end this guy. The girl asked if God loved the Trinity and could Koji now be devoted to her a little time. Is there an incredible series of victories of Misha Makadzi today? The guy with anxiety realized that it was a real adventure, but he had no other way out. Looking at her, he involuntarily confessed to himself he would still have to take this step. Mikami studies his enemy closely, and in response, Alice meets the same piercing look. Meanwhile, Zaid, with an arrogant face, contemplates the arena from above, eagerly waiting for his triumphant victory. He carelessly rests his chin on his hand. A man approaches the woman from behind and turns to her, calling the lady's assistant. She turns her head in his direction and is welcome. Mr. J. An malicious smile appears on the interlocutor's face, and he notes that the stands are crowded. For him, this is a great sign. Zaid notes that you will almost see it in a conflict. Gelzi picks up that it is now on the tongues and clarifies, "We are talking about this amazing story with this guy." He looks at the main character. The woman is dissatisfied with her tongue, hearing his words. The man explains that this is the third heavenly queen, and confesses that he became interesting. Gelsi smiles and says he doesn't mind finding out what she thinks now. He asks if she is worried, but Zaid just smiles wide and then laughs loudly, covering his mouth with his palm. The man looks at her in surprise. He asks what happened to her. She is only waving in forgiveness. Zaid smiles as if joking, and claims that everything sounded quite funny. She is convinced that they are still a surprise, and from her reaction it becomes obvious. Zaid smiles confidently, and men look at this woman with fear. The presenter, meanwhile, emphasizes that today's forecasts are a real sensation. The coefficient's 1.001 minus 125 in favor of Alice. A girl with a microphone emphasizes that although two wonderful triumphs occurred in the previous rounds, this time Alice's advantage seems just crazy. At this point, Kelsey does not squeeze what the question of Asksa means. Zaid smiles and assures that everything happened exactly as it should be. The woman notes, Alice wins in all battles lightning, but at the same time, even the copied ability of Mikigami will not allow her to get to the rival. She is convinced that spatial exchange is not a simple skill, and because of this, it will be difficult for him to aim. In response, Zaid just smiles and confidently states, Alice's victory is a question of time. The girl confidently moves to the opponent and turns to him. With a strict expression of face and cold in her voice, she says she hates men because she considers them to be vowel, and this applies to both the Suya and his. However, the girl still reassures him, saying that he does not worry. She smiles gently, plays a playful finger and proclaims, they say, he will certainly turn into a charming girl, which she will love with all her heart. The presenter jokingly exclaims that Alice's feminist beliefs have not changed. From the crowd on the podium, one woman exclaims loudly that Alice is stronger than everyone, and the girl nearby holds a poster with an invigorating inscription and sincerely wishes her good luck. He is surprised that Alice has his own fan club. Dissatisfaction among men in the stands increases. One of them is indignantly called the girl arrogant, and the other turns to Mikagam, ordered him not even to think of defeat. Suddenly, someone from the crowd screams the guy to kill her. Ellis waves sharply, and a few drops of blood fly simply on a stunned hero. He is horrified to a cry without understanding what is happening, and the trembling turns back. The man who dared to wake up Ellis suddenly breaks into a cry. Stone fragments are scattered under his feet. He shook loudly and desperately, seeing his torn legs. The girl, who still shone a charming smile, suddenly asks a harsh tone if he said something. The presenter is stunned by what is happening and immediately orders to remove everything. Its orders are performed immediately. The audience is stunned no less. The show amazes everyone. Zaid laughed loudly, convinced that she had a great deal of power, even excessive. I am sure of her own victory. The woman does not allow any thought about defeat. Kelsey only distrust is watching her. The priestess laughs, looking at the face of the Mikama, which tensely bites the lip. Zul is amazed with some surprise to carry the stones. The girl looks at her girlfriend and points out that she did not say such a pit, although all this seems to her real madness. Seeing the Mikagam trembles in the middle of the arena, Zul begins to doubt whether he can withstand the test. But the woman only replies, she believes in her student, because she was raising him. She confidently states that albeit probability and is 50 for 50, Mika Gamut will definitely succeed. Zul, in response, looks distinctively at her, not realizing what this guy is so fascinating all the girls. The presenter apologizes for the delay, explaining that the podium has already been removed and restored. Alice, absolutely indifferent, wondered how much to wait. She was told that everything was ready and announced the fight. Zaid smiled when the gong was blowing. The girl pulls her hand forward and throws a fatal order with an icy voice. Remember. She activates the ability of spatial exchange, and an instant attack injures the guy. The commentator does not hide as a surprise and exclaims, Mikagami is already filling blood. However, the girl watches him with surprise. In her eyes, there is a misunderstanding. She faces an almost unharmed opponent, although it would seem that he had to be stretched in half. Alice is lost in guessing how he managed to be so skillfully in the place. The guy finds herself near her, using a spatial exchange. The girl is stunned. Her eyes are wide open from surprise when a vessel is just flying into the friends. She closes her face with her hands, protecting from a strong wind gust, but suddenly stops, grabs the nose of the air, and thinks where this unusual smell came from. Suddenly it seems to be sliding. It descends on all four and begins to vomit, cleansing the stomach. The girl trembles from head to heels. She is anxiety. She casts a wary look at the enemy, which seamlessly came so close that the distance between them seems almost ghostly. Mikagami explains to her that these are the spores of the mushroom, which paralyze their victim. But the guy with a tricky smile glances at the defeated opponent and notes that she is still able to speak. A girl with a microphone is surprised to look into the arena and exclaims, not understanding what happened. She notes that Makagami is still in the center of the arena, and from its wounds continues blood. Meanwhile, the commentator further emphasizes that Alice is unknown why lies on the floor. Suddenly, the girl calls everyone to pay attention to the left hand of the mix, which lies near Alice. Alice also looks at this part of the body with Megami and cannot hide her astonishment. The girl looks at him fiercely and blames for the use of spatial exchange for movement. The guy confesses that it is, emphasizing how much effort he had to make it. The protagonist mentions the events that once happened on the training ground of Mikami. Then the guy persistently worked out the art of spatial exchange, investing in every movement all his power. Zul notes that even in the best case he still lacks a meter to the target. The woman standing next to her focuses on, it is impossible to master the art in such a short time. Michami thoughtfully, silently, pressing a handkerchief to his chin. Suddenly he returns to his girlfriend and thinks what happens if he took a step on his own. The guy avoids a convincing example and notes that if Alice is able to create a cube of 2 meters in size, he will actually be only a meter. Theoretically, if you try well, you can trust it. At first, the woman silently considers his plan, and then he answers, no one will think. Mayagami is wondering why she considers it so obvious. In response, she raises 2 fingers and says that she has 2 good reasons. The woman explains. First, not everyone is lucky to have enough space to share their Alice. But the main reason, she said, is quite different. Sudden, accurate, she applies her skill and cuts in half a vase, which stood on a night curbstone. She explains to him, only a small mistake is enough, and everything will end. The guy assures that he understands everything. She also adds that she would never decide on such, especially given his perfect accuracy. The face of Mikagami blossoms with a smile. He has a dangerous smile on his face. He realizes that he was lacking in such unexpected trick. Still smiling, the guy sighs. If it was a little more to increase the accuracy. The protagonist notes that during the experiments it was possible to find out that if you use your own body at some point, there is almost no deviation. The girl lying on the floor in front of Mihama looks at him with surprise, and barely audible something indistinguishable. The impression is so strong that she cannot even gather to ask a question. On her face, a true horror appears when she realizes, let her cut her left hand and right leg, only for starters. The protagonist looks at her with cold determination, and with a mocking smile notes that it was a difficult training exercise. She silently reproduces in the memory of his words about training, remembering how he wounded himself again and again, only to exercise. Alice covers the horror from the very thought that he is gone. Mikagami feels that he will lose consciousness, so he should end it as soon as possible. He gets a knife from his pocket and, limping through the missing foot, slowly moves to it. She, covered with horror, looks to him in the eye and tells him that he has turned into a real monster. Everyone in the stands froze with horror watching the events. Ellis desperately asks him not to approach, but he ignores her words. He sparsely waves with a knife and stirs the blade right next to her head. The girl looks into the arms of the arms, which has frozen just a few centimeters from her face. The girl rolls her eyes, and the guy suddenly falls on the floor, shouting the curses. He slipped on a puddle of blood. Mikagami stunned, noticing how a girl on her lips appears foam and her clothes get wet. The guy throws his head on all sides, after which a tense silence falls. The presenter opens his mouth with surprise. The protagonist notices her reaction, smiles, and raises the thumb in support. The girl reports that Alice is faint and soaked directly in the arena. Kelsey's stunning is looking towards the arena, not believing in their eyes. The girl with a microphone announces, "Mikagami won again." The crowd explodes with approving exclamations. Zulu is enthusiastically tossing his hands and exclaiming joyfully. The woman is smiling restrained, barely noticeably showing her pleasure. The girl from the fan club, Alice, sobs, not understanding how she could lose. The stands are surprised and frustrated. The audience is indignant. One of them mockingly calls Shimon crazy, and the other requires him to return his money. Kelsey laughs, acknowledging that he did not expect that this guy would overcome Alice. The man turns to Lady Zay, gently laying her hand on her shoulder to cheer. However, with a treacherous smile, he turns to a gloomy priestess, sarcastically sympathizing with her defeat. She moans silently into the corridor, and all her restrained rage, like an electrified whirlwind, breaks out a loud cry. In despair and anger, it requires to die for my Mikagam. The protagonist shudders and feels as before his eyes, everything is slowly dimming. The protagonist entails the associated and dissatisfied Alice. The girl yells at him, demanding to stop and not to drag her forces. The young man is angry with her, noting that she barely rearranges her legs. Alice in response exclaims that he will go where she wants. Mikami is overwhelmed, remembering how she complained in the reception room and even refused to drink herbs. And now he does not want to go further. He thinks that with her only worries with her. The girl is already boiling from anger, thoughts in her head. How could it happen? She cannot believe that she has now become a servant of this worthless, pathetic guy who considers the worst and weakest of all. The girl looks at the boy closely, and he asks what she means. She, without even hesitation, calls him a bad person. Mikami casts a confused look, surprised by her words, but does not speak a single word. Alice says she even hurts her to just look at him, because he is a dirty, stinking man, and not find the worse than him. The protagonist exhausts and ironically notes that he is fun to hear that from a wet boy just in the middle of the arena. Alice is angry to the edge through his words. The young man with a bitter irony asks who they are so dirty and stinky. The girl in the badge shouts at him, demanding to silence. The girl exclaims that in an honest match she would not lose, and all her defeat, only because of these meaningless laws of the conflict. Alice addresses him, the fool M. And the guy is mowing, mentally reproaching her for the constant hassle. Alice thinks what to do next, and with fear she imagines, if she suddenly gets into another room, everything can turn into a close acquaintance. From these thoughts, her cheeks are covered with a blush of embarrassment. Suddenly, Alice recalls that Marie and Merl are already in place. She should persuade them to attack together. 3. According to Alice, if you kill this guy, most of their troubles will go back to the past, and the breeze will surely help them escape. It is at this point that the guy finds some room. The protagonist opens the door, announcing his return. He is met by a new room on the 3rd floor, and 2 charming girls in the aprons who are humbling on their knees. The morality smiles warmly, and Mary, standing nearby, is awkward. Mayagami asks what they do here. The girl in response is laughing and asks teasing whether he is not liked. Alice, standing behind the guy, is surprised to watch the girls without hiding her astonishment. Merl looks at the Mick of the range with tenderness, grabs him by the hand and presses it with the whole body. Smiling, the girl confesses that she now looks really good. Marie, still blushing, silently stands away, watching this scene. The protagonist looks at them stunningly, and at the same time he thinks that he really likes Alice covers horror. She realizes that Mishigami managed to home on them. Suddenly, because of her back, Mary emerges, holding the bottle. She grabs a girl for his cheeks and forcefully pours her drink into her mouth. The young man looks at them with surprise and shouts the name of Mary. The girl is dissatisfied with the fact that she has not drank potions, and with annoyance recalls how they had to withstand 4 days. Marie seeks to start as soon as possible. The energetic Alice jumps on the bed and states that she does not need it. Merl laughs and assures that no doubt Alice will still be in the first place. The girl announces that he is a real neshama, but he swears that he will never agree. Merl asks her not to make noise, gently touching her lips and cheeks. Alice is stunned with such unexpected tenderness. She is surprised and insulting her mouth. The main character is surprised to look at it. The girl notes that there are 2 more girls next to her, and she can do all as many times as Alice desires. Mary sits next to me and warns, for the first time he will hurt a little. The girl approaches her, gently reassuring and promising that it will be over soon. The protagonist exclaims mentally and thinks what is happening here. When he looks at 3 girls, the thought in his head is the thought of how they arranged from this real female F multiply by K. Miyagami overwhelms the admiration from what he saw. The girls hold the salted Alice, putting her on her back. Merl with a gesture calls the boy to join them. Mary supports her plan, and soon the room is filled with passionate cries of delight. It passed for a while, and Zul visited her friend. She cheerfully waves her hand and welcomes Megami. A guy with a depressed look comes out of the room and also throws a polite greeting. The girl instantly notices his condition and guesses what the thing is. In their society, there are now 3. They look at 3 girls, and she is interested in his well-being. Michigami confesses that he thought, the end is close, he will no longer survive. The girl laughs fun and promises to bring him meat next time, if there is another next time. The guy does not quite understand what she means. Zul explains that the previous 3 fighters could still be beat with the help of a strategy, because they had some information about them. However, the 4th of the Finna's associates is a real failure. Nothing is known about this person, and it is this uncertainty that generates the worst prospects. The girl confesses that she wanted to know something more, but no one knows anything about her life in a conflict. The protagonist looks carefully at his girlfriend, but frowns from annoyance, bites his finger and murmurs, impression that she has no past at all. Her martial manner and skill are shrouded in mystery. The guy glanced at Zul. She explains that it is not known to anyone in what battles and clashes this warrior visited or what talents. The girl adds that only one of her skills is enough to win, although she can demonstrate more than 100 different skills. Zul sees in it a creature, unpredictable and mysterious, whose true opportunities remain a mystery to all. The Finn, which Mikagami and Zul spoke, passed the corridor with a mysterious smile. Seeing the manager, she nods welcome, and notices that they have not met for a long time. He answers her with the same friendly courtesy, sincerely rejoicing in her appearance. The girl is wondering if something new and funny appeared among the jewelry. The showcases sparkle with variety of jewelry and amazing artifacts. The man notes that it has recently happened something interesting. But suddenly, their conversation breaks the unexpected regat. The girl quickly turns her golem towards a source of amazing laughter. Finne notices a man with a jewelry in his hands and delights that this ring looks great. He expresses the desire to test the thing, which she says directly to the store worker. However, the seller immediately assures that it is impossible, and I hastily try to stop it. The buyer is surprised to exclaim that he will not buy an uninfected product. Finns and the seller are watching the dialogue between men. The girl quietly asks who this stranger is. In response, the man explains that this is the same one who climbed on the mix. The girl asks once again, not quite understanding what he means, education. The man apologizes, assuming that this conversation is probably unpleasant to her. Phenol waves his hand lightly, barely smiling, and assures that everything is fine. He can continue. The man explains to her that during the duels of the last week, some viewers were betting on the Mikagami. After learning this, the dice hater exclaims with surprise and distrust. The seller continues to explain to her that many of the former common people have got rich, and now visitors of luxury shops are not just the elite for a long time. He tells that this guy first appeared on the Colosseum and made his debut pawned on Mikagam. The girl only laughs and assures that everything is clear. It adds fun. They were just not lucky this time. A man looks at her with some surprise, not believing that the loss of comrades does not care for her at all. In his eyes, misunderstanding is noticeable. The girl's behavior has not changed for a moment. She remains cold-blooded and seems completely indifferent to the tragedy. The finish is demonstrated by one of the subjects, wondering whether it is a new Vambrace backpack, and adds that its experts would be delighted with such a find. Suddenly, someone roughly interrupts her without showing any respect. The man carefully examines the handcuffs that Finn holds and notes that it is surprisingly a good thing. She will perfectly fit his pretty guard. After that, he points to the girl behind him. Evil Finna stops his view on him, but the seller, covered by fear, bows to her and pleading asks not to suit something like here. His whole body trembles. The girl looks at him silently without saying a word. The Fina states that it is time to return home, because, in her opinion, to stroll through the stores with the monkeys is absolutely inappropriate. She turns to get out, but the man, annoyed, does not hide her indignation with her words. He screams her after, indignantly questioning who she considers herself. The seller is in a hurry to reassure him, keeping a polite look in front of the client. The door of the store is closed and Finna says goodbye. It has passed for a while, and the girl steps a lively city street. Without looking back, she asks the man who goes after the voice without any emotions in his voice, "What do you need from me?" He notes that he had not yet thanked her for calling him a monkey. The girl was surrounded by guards hired by this man. He then states that he is going to test new artifacts, and through a lightning bullet changed in the fiery sphere. The tax attacks the girl, but she easily dispels his magic, remaining absolutely indiscriminate and not even opening her eyes, which only emphasizes her confidence and advantage. The man exclaims from surprise, and the girl confidently states that she is clear. He uses a lightning ball thanks to his equipment. Judging by the form, it is the ability of the second rank. The Finn is delighted. It is really impressive. A man looks at her with surprise, not understanding how she managed to neutralize his ability. In response, the girl only smiles, terrifying. Soon, the burned bodies of her supporters appear next to her. The man sobs, lying on the ground near her. The girl twists the ring in the fingers and notes that even with the continuous use of the flame, his strength does not fade. Fina considers it very convenient. Suddenly the ring breaks into her hand, and she explains that he is only tuned to the owner. Paying out that the decoration has broken, the girl throws the wreckage back and promises to thank him. For agreeing to take part in the experiment, she will reveal 3 important secrets. The girl says that the first secret is that any element technique can be destroyed by applying her weakened copy to her. If you hit in half a weaker version, the reception is instantly scattered, leaving no trace. The second secret of the girl. She is a real treasure trove of wisdom, a phenocate crash. A man stunned by this discovery finally understands who he is dealing with. He asks for horror whether she is one of the 4 handy. The girl with a smile assures that she has 108 abilities, among which, of course, 7 basic elements. And this is not all, because her arsenal is extremely diverse. The man has apologized, acknowledging that since their first meeting in the arena, the Colosseum did not even suspect such incredible talents. He, hiding under the roof, exclaims that next time he will put on this girl, because she is the strongest of all. Finna just smiles in response and thanks, but adds, her performance has not yet ended. The girl confesses that he has another secret. She is attracted only by real masters of her craft. It is because of this that she does not tolerate stupid, self-confident strongers like him. The girl evokes the skill in her palm and, in a courtesy, with a sarcastic smile, invites him to die. The horror man extends his eyes, and when the skill strikes him, he screams with pain and fear. It has passed for a while, and the protagonist from Duel is sitting at the table to talk about skills. The girl appeals to him, asking to listen carefully, and notes that even the most prominent geniuses have no more than 5 abilities. Mayagami notices that Mary has 2, Merl has 3, and Alice has only 1. She agrees with him, but a tense expression appears on her face, because Fina stated that she has as many as 108. Duel is convinced that what is happening is not amenable to any laws of reality, and its opponent is a creature that goes beyond any standards. Mayagami, expanding her eyes from horror, draws a catastrophe in the imagination, which can be about to collapse. The girl laughs cheerfully, clutching her hands to her head, and confesses that she is unknown neither of her own origin, nor character traits, nor even age. No matter how much she tries, he cannot know about herself. The girl claims that the only thing they can hope is her own 108 skills. Duel recalls that during this time she won, using different skills every time, showing only 8 of them. She also confessed that she just loves skills, and that's everything. The guy thinks about her words. The girl is wondering if everything is fine. Michigami reassures her, assuring that all is well. Duel asks what he will do next. She is convinced that it is his most dangerous opponent, as reports to the protagonist. He gloomily agrees with her words. The protagonist notes that he used to use ready-made strategies created on the basis of the information received. However, this time the difficulties are not only the strategy or their own skills. He lacks any words to describe her character. The hostage hostily exclaims into his microphone, reminding that it has passed exactly a week from that memorable event. So today, the end will become the long-awaited match that everyone was waiting for. Viewers are looking forward to the arena, waiting for the beginning of the battle. The girl solemnly announces the names of today's rivals, shouting loudly that Megami and Catastrophe will now come to the arena. In response, the crowd explodes with a joyful Haman, supporting your pets and looking forward to the start of the duel. The presenter announces that both fighters are already preparing for the exit. Duel also came to see how her new girlfriend would fight with the last of the 4 heavenly blades. Flowers. She settled on the podium, patiently waiting for the beginning of the duel. In the waiting room, Mary turns to Makagam by his name and, a little embarrassed by his own words, asks him to be careful. He agrees with reluctance. Merl confidently states that even Alice will be able to win, so there is no reason to worry. Mary looks sad with him. During the celebration, she gently touches the lips of his cheek, causing the face of the protagonist to blacken red, and Mary, indignant, exclaims something to her girlfriend. The girl assures that she has no reason to doubt it, she is just afraid that he will not hurt. Morality only answers her with a light smile. The guy, watching their dispute, looks confused and laughs quietly under his nose. Suddenly, Alice returns to him. He looks at her in surprise, poking his finger, not believing that he was called. In response, Cricus gives him a slap with his palm on his face. The guy with B. Widowdermot confidently takes the palm of cooking and barely holds her tears. The girl, angry, blames him of boldness, requires to start the game immediately so that he can admire his body. Merl and Mary, stunned by what is happening, watch this stage. Ellis calls him a bad person, and inside the guy feels annoying and anger. But externally, he is only deeply exhaled, trying to hold back emotions, and calmly replies that he is forced to disappoint. The guy puts his hand on the door handle, and with a smile notes that all this is only a game in which defeat for him is a rare exception. The girl turns away, baptizes her arms on her chest, and Michigami quietly leaves the room. The presenter announces the beginning of the event and shouts that everyone is well known to this gladiator, which is considered the weakest of all. She emphasizes, in his account, 3 victories of 3 duels, and represents the public Michigami Kodzi. The crowd explodes loud ovations in support of it. The girl represents the rival of the protagonist. This is the last of the 4 heavenly Queen Zaid, the keeper of the Wisdom Library. In her account, 8 impeccable victories in 8 battles, and her glory, like a storm, which only defeats the opponents. The audience explodes with loud ovation, greeting its pet. The presenter provokes boldly. Both gladiators meet frantic roar stands. Duel, without standing the deafening harmony of the conflict, tightens his ears with his hands and screams annoyingly, so that everyone finally fell silent. Suddenly, Merl notices her in the crowd, and, enthusiastically calling it, named after name. Duel is welcome with her, apparently surprised that she also decided to come to see. The girl sharply grabs a man sitting next to the Duel behind the gate of the shirt and smiles at her boldly and playfully. Everyone looks at her, in surprise, trying to understand why Merl appeared on the Duel. She, while maintaining complete peace, throws the viewer up and arranges near his girlfriend, easily finding a place. Zula looks at Mary with surprise, not understanding why she never left the place. The girl calmly explains. She said she believed in him. Behind people, they call their views on Merl and whisper together. Some call her maid Mikagami. Others cannot hide the surprise from her appearance, and the most enviously barely restrained dissatisfaction, complaining about everything in the world, and envy the Mikagambi. Merl herself leaves their judgments unattended. Her thoughts are just that everything is well with him. The girl is convinced that she was left in the room to meet him first. Duel with confidence says that now everything is clear to her. Suddenly, a loud noise is raising on the part of Michigami's supporters, and the girl looks alert. One of the men exclaims the words of support to Mikagami. Another expresses that this time the victory will also be on his side. In the crowd, you can even notice a flag with the image of Mikagami. Another man exclaims that if he wins, he will be able to leave hard work forever. And those who have settled on the upper rows of the stands mocking such people with ren marks of Michigami. One of the audience shows them with their finger and notes that they again put all their money on him. The other mockingly calls them fools, they say. They do not crash at all in the ponds. He calls for a friend to look at the forecast, and he is interested in viewing the newspaper. The man is surprised to notice the ratio of 2 to 95.2 and exclaims from surprise. He notes that, despite the achievements of Mikagami, the management is convinced of the victory of Finna, although from his own experience, he knows that this is definitely not so easy. Zaid, with a complacent smile, is watching the arena. She smiles at herself, turns to the protagonist, and states with complacency that everything will end today. Finna felt immediately to these screams, and asked the boy with disgust if they did not seem to him as terrible. Makagami looked at her silently without saying a word. Finna confesses that he is not delighted with fights, but she is still interested in how he behaves in duels, so she invites him to fulfill one small request for her. Her request is simple: not to fall immediately and to stay as long as possible. Viewers in the stands are quite surprised by his answer. Mikami agrees with her, radiating confidence. The presenter exclaims that the guy, as always, is full of determination. The protagonist says that in this case he has one question. The girl is wondering what kind of question he is concerned. Nick of the Gamut is amazed as this could have just happened. The whole conflict dies in unexpected silence. The presenter, stunned no less than others, turns to the wisdom library to find out what the secret of her skill is. Finn laughs in response to this question and admits that it is really interesting. Then, with a light smile, she adds that she just worked hard. The room falls in tense silence, all stunned by its answer. Miyagami cannot believe his eyes and looks at her. People in the podium enthusiastically respond to her response and exclaim that it is only through hard work that it is impossible to master hundreds of skills. One of the men emphasizes that Finn is a true genius, and this should be realized. The third turns to Migama, warning it that the gay is leading his nose. The guy states that he is clear to him and thanks for the answer. Finna smiles mysteriously and calls for him to show. The girl jokingly asks not to let her miss. At the same time, 2 large areas begin to occur in its palms. Finna waves his hand, causing a fiery ball and lightning sphere, and at frantic speed releases them from the enemy. Sparkling layers rush into the main character, cutting the air along with flares and electricity. He skillfully resists her attacks with water balls, deftly reflects every move, neutralizing strokes and touching. The presenter exclaims from delight, amazed by the sight. Merl and Duel are also watching a duel with no less surprise without taking his eyes off the arena. The girl notes that the first level is clean. It goes to the second and attacks the skills of an earthen ball, a light bullet, and a lightning ball. Mikugami corresponds to a series of techniques: a zipper, a ball dark, and a ball of air, the ability of the second rank of Gaev. The presenter exclaims, watching the sight in the arena. The girl is wondering if everyone has time to monitor this dizzying series of attacks. She exclaims that Finna has tried to suddenly blaze the flurry of blows, but Mikagami was able to repel it, even using less powerful abilities. Finna remains full of confidence. The girl, squeezing a microphone in her hands, is surprised that the players were much more than expected, and they all move incredibly quickly. She hosts aloud. Attacking and defending, players demonstrate a true miracle skill. Finlix looks at him with surprise. She feels something strange, and realizes that something is wrong here. It is covered by reflections. During all the time of participation in the matches, she has never introduced a ball of earth or a ball of light. She is aware that to copy the skill, it must be attacked. But with more than 100 skills, it does not hesitate, and substitutes only the weakest of the possible analogs. The girl thinks whether it is possible at all, and in her reflections rejects this idea. Having come to a certain conclusion, she suddenly laughs loudly and exclaims that it is really incredible. Dice Hater asks him if he can copy her skills during the battle. The protagonist in horror realizes that she has understood everything and is already preparing for the attack. The girl emphasizes that she recently resorted to these techniques in the city. It attacks with new strength and determination. Mikagami again resolutely reflects her attack, skillfully neutralizing each reception. The girl immediately recalls recent events and exclaims with surprise, "He was there," and she did not even notice his presence. Recovering, she rushes into battle with new force. The main character does not lose vigilance and again reflects her attack. Dizer is indignant that she is not attacked this time, and is amazed at how he managed to do it. The girl persistently asks him to share her secret. The final, covered by the rage, exclaims, which will still make him answer. The presenter shouts in surprise, watching their quarrel, and an alarming expression appears on her face. A girl with a predatory smile on her face skillfully combines lightning and fireball in one reception. The protagonist froze from horror, and the presenter, impressed to the depths of his soul, does not believe in his eyes and asks whether it is not a joke. Finna smiles angry in response. Marlon and Mary have just arranged a fierce quarrel through a shower for Mehagami. The main character falls on the bed, sighs lightly, and admits that he is a little tired. The girl looks at him in surprise without believing in her eyes. Merl looks at his girlfriend, and there is a mutual understanding between them. Both have already decided how to proceed. They start playing stone, scissors, paper. Mary chooses paper, and Merl is a stone. The girl with a surprise exclaims that she has lost. Marie is already going to go, but suddenly stops and looks around, stating that he will then go to the first. Her girlfriend proposes to join, but Marie is embarrassed, red, and abruptly refuses, almost rude. Moral thinks what to do next, and the idea of working out the strokes. The girl, not dressed in anything, begins to exercise in combat techniques. The main character, stretching on the bed, suddenly hears a mysterious noise. Surprised, he opens his eyes without believing what is happening. He slowly raises and tries to understand that it is a strange sound. Suddenly, Merle's foot stops nearby, just a few centimeters from his face. He fades, stunned and tight with a surprise. The girl is surprised to grab the air, without bringing his eyes out of him. And the guy, puzzled, staring at her, is markedly excited. Merle lowers his eyes and, seeing his condition, lightly red. She approaches the confused protagonist. The girl, also lightly blushed, and while Mary takes a shower, he offers another round with a sly smile. The cheerful noise of the stand meets Alice. Her crazy fans have grown into an unofficial fan club. The main mission of this cohesive society is to support your favorite during each match. The girl imagined that she was waiting for her after returning home the next day after the match. Alice, with a smile, paves the way through the crowd. People, when meeting her gaze, are gladly smiling in response. Suddenly, a girl with a nice face appears, and Fun praises the mistress, calling her Alice. As it turns out, this girl is a ward. Her name Began, she is known as one of the best attackers. But Chesson does not quite understand what is being about. But if it does not cause a hassle, she would like you to break these flowers for her. The girl extends Alice a gorgeous bouquet of roses. Smiling widely, she thanks and confesses that she always feels true joy. A wave of enthusiastic exclamations rise around Alice. Others do not hide their rise because of its bright reaction. Suddenly, someone turns to her. A man named Taboo, known as a fearless fighter. He sincerely admits that her courage and confidence during yesterday's duel made a strong impression on him, and so he seeks to give her flowers as a sign of his respect and admiration. Her face is squeezed from genuine malice. A girl without a shadow of doubt or pity gives him to die. In a sharp voice, she humiliates him, declaring that he is nothing even by the standards of men, and is full of hatred, categorically forbids to turn to it. Taboo, together with the girl nearby, exclaims. A girl who is angry with tears, choking from emotions, confesses what she is incredible. The Taboo yells at all the throat, "Alice is the best." Now even the boys were allowed to become members of Alice's fan club so that everyone could express their affection for her. The presenter exclaims, struck by unusual skill. The girl explains that it is the merger of two elements into one. Such a unique combination she happens for the first time in her life. Finna smiles confidently, throwing Makagami a predatory look. The protagonist, with anxiety on his face, mentally acknowledges, he predicted everything. 4 days ago, in the hiding place, the owner of the shelter, Merl, and Makagami gathered at the table, discussing their further steps. The girl scolded and asked the main character his intent. Meanwhile, Merl, glowing with a smile, gets along with me. Miyagami enthusiastically states that in order to reveal the secret of the final skills, he will have to attack her right in the middle of the city. His eyes shine with excitement, and one of the possible scenes of the attack is already emerging in the imagination. Both girls are stunned by his words and look at him with distrust, and she shouts out of surprise. The guy enthusiastically states that he will now check his ability. For this, he activates the copying skill, and the necessary information will appear in the system window. He remembers the familiar window. Miyagami is convinced that the battle with her is the fastest and most reliable way. Duel, hearing such an opinion, is immediately asleep. This is full of nonsense. The girl thinks for a moment and then reports that this way will not work. Merl, looking at her, asks what the reason is. The girl assures that she immediately recognizes the one who attacked her. The young man, smiling cunningly, notes that there is a way to hide it, and proposes to use the transformation of a man into a woman. He assures that if you still make up, she will definitely not recognize you. Duel inhales and closes his face with his palm. Daushka notes that he does not even realize how much such things make it easier to commit crimes. She explains to the protagonist that the state carefully monitors all who possesses similar abilities, and the unauthorized use of this talent can cost life. This is threatened by the death penalty. The young man smiles and notes that this is probably quite appreciated among criminals. Duel rushes for a moment, and her gaze flashes anger. The boy's words were clearly annoyed. Mikagami's forehead is overwhelmed. The look directed at it is insightful and attentive. He concludes that he will probably find someone who will take it for money. The girl in the explosion of anger exclaims something with a cursing to Mikagami, but in the end he agrees with him and confirms that such a person really exists. Our hero enthusiastically tosses his hands up and proposes to take a chance while the guards of the guards are raised by Megami. Morality picks up his idea, repeating. Meanwhile, Duel, disappointed, rolls his eyes and squeezes his head with his hands, not hiding his dissatisfaction. When Finna dealt with them, Zulus picked up his bodies and returned them to life. The girl grunted, dissatisfied that they were frying for glory. Subsequently, the guy plunged into the records, carefully fixing the techniques of Finna, which he remembered during the battle. Merl asks what he is about to be about, and is amazed at the skills in cleaning, sewing, and preparing oriental dishes. The girl cannot understand why there are so many ordinary skills among the skills. Along with her, Duel is surprised to look at the list of abilities inscribed on the sheet, without believing his own eyes. The girl agrees with Merl, and the rumor notes contradiction in combat skills. In her gaze, she is surprised. For the first time, she sees that someone has the skill of owning a ball, spear, and axe within one school. Merl aloud notes that there is nothing valuable here, but the level of combat classes wishes better. The girl with indignation in his voice adds that only the skill of attributive shot is unusual here. It is especially surprised by the fact that all abilities, only the first and second rank. Merlery recalls that during the previous duels he often resorted to the power of the elements. Memories of the fighting that Finn led in the girl's head. The young man is frozen and expresses surprise, they say. This decision seems quite strange. The girl is also dissatisfied with his consent with him. Sol reminds that she has already explained. Divine approval is required to fully disclose the skill. To master this skill, you need to fight for years in the same manner. The second skill is usually closely related to the chosen style of the fight. Therefore, such a set of unrelated skills looks completely absurd. The guy touches his chin with his fingers, thinking about the value heard. The girl is wondering if something came to him. The protagonist in thought notes that he seems to have a certain understanding. At that moment, the hairdryer, smiling widely, launches a lightning bullet in the Mikagam, skillfully directing it. Her attack rushes to a guy at incredible speed. The main character is covered by panic. In order to somehow protect yourself from its powerful combination of skills, it creates a sphere from water and wind. The catastrophe watches the combat mechanical tournament with surprise. In the center of the arena of the technique, they face each other, and a powerful flash suddenly explodes. When the smoke from the explosion is dispelled after a stroke of Niraini, the presenter noticed with surprise that Megami also created a combined technique. The rest of those present with enthusiasm translating the gaze on Megami without hiding surprise. The young man confidently convinces that his guess has been finally confirmed. The presenter exclaims, calling it brilliant, and does not hide his surprise. Mikagami notes that she is exactly the same as he is. The girl looks at him in surprise without realizing what he means. The protagonist smiles and answers that he is also a player, for whom defeat is a rarity. He notes about himself that the Finn is extremely similar to him. At first, the girl blossoms with a sincere smile. But the next moment her look turns to Mishama, and on her face appears an alarming, almost liking smile. He is sure that this girl is definitely a gamer. Once upon a time, in the hiding place, Duel, a girl who always sits next to Merl addressed him. She noted that the guy sometimes used a mysterious word, and wondered what it means. The guy thought about her question for a moment. He tells her that he is a person who lives according to the laws of this game, or something like that. Merl still cannot tread what is being discussed, so he again asks him about the rules of the game. He explains this. Finna learns new skills, immediately applying them in practice. For her, it is like an exciting game in which she is happy to participate. General skills can be learned and refined at home. This opinion is maintained by the protagonist. Merl glances at him, and Duel does not hide clear skepticism. The main character is convinced that the Colosseum will become an arena for her, where these skills will really be useful. Mayagami draws parallels with an offline tournament, and paintings of past life flash in his memory. Duel from the Merlin team does not restrain the surprise and exclaim, and the Finn at this moment only smiles ominously and laughs as if hiding something are not good. The girl exclaims that it is wonderful and incredibly, and wants to see even more. The protagonist, without losing smiles, silently reproaches her. On her cheeks, Finn's blooms a light blush, and she is glad to say that it is extremely fun. The young man answers him with a smile, and reflecting another attack, thinks that there is now a real confrontation between two players. The main character is convinced that there can be no talk of boredom. The battle continues. The Fina rapidly rushes to the opponent from above, lifting his hand to strike. The guy cleverly reflects her attack with her own weapons. Both have been carefully thought through and tested all possible tactics. Now everything solves the moment. Calmet goes to the trick. It directs not just a hand, but hides it so that the attack flew from the side, not directly. The Mika of the gamut tensely monitors this movement. Earlier, Fina and Mika Gambi have already tested several combinations without ceasing to look for new weaknesses. The guy glances fiercely at the girl. Faced with a real master, they shot all their trumps. The gladiators are sealing in the arena every time a new wave of fierce attacks. The protagonist tries to unravel the goals of the rival, to guess her mood, ideas, and dreams, because he needs to understand it lightly and get into the most vulnerable place. During a protracted fight on the face of the Finn, a smile invariably shines, while the guy is constantly faded and fighting in constant tension. The protagonist realizes that he is in danger, but he does not intend to retreat. Mayagami cleverly bounced back, keeping a safe distance from Fena's offensive attack. Watching the clash between his friend and his opponent, Duel is dissatisfied with his tongue and frown. The girl turns to the Mikagami, hoping that he is aware of her actions. She shows that time does not play time in his favor. The Finn is calm and completely intact. The girl sighs lightly without losing vigilance. The main character is difficult and often breathing, pressing the side with one hand. Cesar notes that he has advanced in the development of his abilities. Suddenly she thinks, what step will he take next? Migami with dissatisfaction looks at the enemy's face. The girl notes that they act similarly. Their abilities are activated with almost the same frequency, and the skills are so similar. Fina expresses his admiration and assures that he has every reason to be proud of himself. Mikagami looks at her from under the faded eyebrows, clearly annoyed. Smiling, the girl poked her finger and sighed. Unfortunately, your weak element is suitable only for protection, and more for nothing. The diesel with a circular movement of the index finger emphasizes, in the attack it is useless. To answer the blow, he has to sort through many combinations, also combining different skills. One of the four Heavenly Queen, Zaid, notes that his mind and nerves are tense to the border, and with a smile on his lips is wondered how he is going to act. In response, the guy squeezes the sleeve on his left hand. The protagonist smiles hard and replies that he knows nothing. Mayagami throws her the same question. Dishater laughs and announces that he has something to demonstrate, but the time remains less. Her words surprise the boy to the depths of her heart. With confidence that reflects in her smile, Fina points to the protagonist and announces that her patron seeks to destroy him as soon as possible. After these words, it creates a smoke curtain. The guy is stunned by his hands by his face. The presenter, stunned by a smoky curtain, translates a surprisingly look at the arena and states, "Now, because of the ability to create a smoke curtain, even M has completely lost visibility." The dissatisfied crowd exclaims to the girl, angry with her skill. The man asks what she does and shouts that he wants to witness his death. Everyone is indignant that it was she who spoiled the whole performance. The main character thinks intensely, trying to understand why at this moment she resorted to the smoke curtain. He wants to dispel smoke with the help of vortex skills, but his attention suddenly attracts something unusual. Mayagami is lost in the events that occur around. The protagonist widens his eyes from surprise, and an alarming wrinkle appears on his face. He looks with horror on his own palms, realizing that for some incomprehensible cause of his ability, they are suddenly blocked. The feeling of danger is becoming more obvious. The protagonist cannot heal because he lost his abilities. At that moment, his rival, shining with a mysterious smile, rapidly approaching him. Pina jokingly touches the neck of Mikagami, who froze from horror. The girl suddenly beats him with his fist in his back. From unexpected pain, the head character shouts loudly and, astonished, falls on the floor of the arena. She, with a cruel smile, puts his foot in his hand, smugly presses the heel more and more. Finn, laughing, comments on how annoying it looks. Miyagami does not restrain the scream of pain and closes his eyes firmly. Disaster states that its ability is no longer a copy. Miyagami turns her head to her side and looks into the girl's face with anxiety. The owner of heaven shows him a clock with a cross, explaining that this device is blocking the ability. The protagonist shouts, not believing what he saw. "It just can't be." The guy is surprised to realize that she has brought a forbidden thing. The girl laughs, throws the clock cover and shows the dial. She illuminates a predatory smile and reports that it has been sent by the DESMOS operation. The evil explains, she has a prediction that guarantees an undeniable victory in this duel. She appeals to him for forgiveness, and on her mouth plays an ominous smile, and at the same time declares that she is not going to joke with him. The guy only cast a look at her and quietly, almost inaudible, swayed. The Mikagami again voices its words about the operation department. His hand trembles from tension and rage. The realization that it is a fight in which there is no need to win already means defeat. The catastrophe smiles widely and states that it is a real massacre. She asks him if he has already chosen the skill she wants to die. In his thoughts, the guy with annoyance notes, he understands how to act, but the mood is his biggest obstacle. Finna notes that it would be better if he chose something painful for himself, if he was only satisfied. Meanwhile, the priestess, smiling boldly, watches the duel of his gladiator with a Mick. The girl laughs and jokingly points out that nothing interesting has happened, and she will have to make fun of another fool again. The protagonist notes for himself that it seems that she really gets a lot of pleasure. The girl laughs fun and confesses to her like. At this point, Mikagami asks himself as he thought about why he was here. The protagonist with fury recalls himself that he intended to defeat this girl. His face skews from anger in the middle of a storm of emotions. He throws a full hatred look at a rival that stands quite close. A sudden clock in the girl's hands breaks in two with a characteristic crunch. She is stunningly examining him and shouting, not enforced to understand how it happened. The guy rises with the floor. Finno, puzzled, shock in the eyes loudly. He activates the skill of strengthening the first level, waving his hand and, gathering all the rage and power that has accumulated during this time, causes her a devastating blow to the face, using the technique bold blow to the face. The girl squeezes her teeth with pain, but still holds on her legs. She hides her eyes invisibly, hiding surprise, and thinks with interest how he succeeded. The guy in response looks at her with a look filled with determination and rage. The mistress exclaims the whole voice, glad that the fog finally dispelled. Looking in surprise, she notices blood on Fennis's face, and is surprised that Mishigami stands nearby, as if he had just hit her. The protagonist still squeezes his fist firmly, and blood is slowly oozing from the wound on the place of the little finger. She looks thoughtfully at this stream that breaks out of his right hand, and suddenly realizes that after that, the characteristic click of her artifact split and seems to be at the legs of Mikagami. Disaster realizes that, apparently before her, the spatial exchange of Alice. The girl remembers her girlfriend, which Mishigami won earlier, and cannot understand how it is possible, because the barrier forbids copying the ability of the audience. She also cannot understand why he aimed only at the device, thinking about whether it would be easier for him to end with her one blow. The protagonist assures that he is not going to kill her with a spatial exchange. With the flames of anger in his eyes, Muhammad states that he had been humiliated because of plagiarism. He sharply lifts his finger, pointing to it, and cold, full of threats tone proclaims, now he will destroy her with his own skill. The girl just smiles, mockingly calling him stupid. Aster still smiles boldly and slightly shyly, asking if he believes that he is able to exceed her skill. Makagami confidently replies, the defeat does not threaten him. His ability does not allow him to lose. Sitting in a semi-saddle, he reaches out his hand, calling it with a gesture. With a cunning smile, he asks if she really lacks the courage to go out for a frank conversation. The girl stops confusedly. Her eyes are full of surprise. The guy adds, he was convinced that her skills should be enough for such situations. The girl is silently burning with anger, suddenly exploding with loud laughter. She mockingly calls him a clown. The young man only silently watches her, focused and carefully. Suddenly, Finna blurs in a crazy smile and passes his idea. The girl jokingly invites him to try her hand and states loudly that his skills still do not compare with genius. The presenter and the audience in the hall are completely stunned by such a turn of events. The protagonist calmly points out that if the genius fusses and wastes his time, this result is quite likely. His face glooms, but he still pulls a light smile on his lips. A voice catastrophe orders him to stop this senseless pattern, after which he rapidly and lightly rushes. Parry also causes a new ability and lightly reflects the attack. Their spheres face again. A smile appears on the mouth of the girl. Suddenly, a powerful explosion is heard, and she exclaims that he is not more capable of throwing words. The young man extends his hand forward, focused frowns, trying to concentrate. From under his nose he slowly flows blood. Finn, without sparing his voice, shouts that another blow, and his end. The protagonist in thought repeats that he has no right to move even to a millimeter, and blood is still flowing from his nose. The girl opens her eyes with surprise, not understanding what next step he is about to take. Mayagami uses a combination of 3 different techniques. The protagonist raises one hand up and firmly covers it with the other, overcoming tension. His fingers tremble slightly with effort. Suddenly, a large shining ball is formed in front of him, which flashes brightly. The protagonist, with all his strength, throws the sphere created by him, directing her just to the girl. It is a ball that combines flames, lightning, and radiance. Its unique technique is so powerful that it leaves a dazzling, burning trace. The Fina looks at his attack, stunned by what he saw, and turns his mouth out of surprise. The girl froze in place, so shocked that she does not even find words for the question. She suddenly realizes that he used her skills by combining them in battle. She cannot understand how he manages to retain all these skills at the same time, because by all the rules he can only combine 3 elements. Even for her, maintaining a balance in this case is a difficult task. She is wondering how he generally connected these weak copies. With horror, staring in the sphere of 3 elements, she finally recalls that she should repel the attack. Finna first thinks of how to evade, but suddenly the idea comes to try to dispel the spell. However, it is not in doubt. Is it possible to neutralize magic generated by 3 different skills at once? In the end, she does not have time to do anything. The blow of Mikagami reaches the goal. A terrible catastrophe is under a powerful electrical discharge. Dazzling rays of light flash from her eyes and mouth. The defeated Devo, Ushka, loses strength. Her legs are shaken, and she falls on her knees. The presenter is surprised to follow this and exclaims a surprised question. Merl and Zul are stunned, just like all viewers. Even Zayed has confused his mouth with surprise. The guy descends on the floor, leaning on his hands, and closing his eyes, sighs with relief. The presenter enthusiastically announces that Mishaga could successfully combine the skills of Finn's and create a unique combination of 3 different techniques. The audience exclaims, and the full grip is rolled by a conflict. Zul looks stunned and at first cannot even make a sound. The girl thinks with interest what happened. Merl, red, hides his face in his palms and confesses he has never been done in practice. She laughs and looks at Mikagami, who is still sitting on the floor of the arena. The girl notes that he deliberately angry to surpass his own boundaries, and from this replica, the guy just laughs awkwardly. Zaid literally burns from rage. People behind her kept their breath and squeezed with fear. The priestess is amazed. How could it happen? Her gaze slides to Finna, which stretched on the floor of the arena without motion, her own gladiator, which now lay face down. She presses her palms to the temples and screams frantically from rage, not understanding why everything happened. At this time, a mysterious figure, whose silhouette resembles a woman, is silently observed from the upper stands of arena. The stranger is devastated by a creepy smile and calls the Koji Megagami a funny boy. The main character himself wipes blood from under the nose, and laughing fun, exclaims something joyful. Zaid stuck in the corridor, boiling from anger. The woman squeezes his fist tightly. Her face is skewed from anger and insult. In her heart, she scolds Makigami, considering him a real scoundrel. The priest is angry because all 4 heavenly queens were defeated. It is covered with frantic rage. The woman is absorbed by her teeth in the lower lip. The blood protrudes. One thing is one thing. Nick will never forgive the protagonist. The woman fiercely exclaims that she has received permission from the administration to carry the forbidden equipment. She is indignant and cannot understand how, having such advantages, she has managed to be defeated. She angrily hit his fist into the wall, leaving a deep dent, and exclaims that everything is clear. He cheated. Her face flashes fury and is strictly addressed to Mikagami. As soon as Jed decides to expose the deception before returning to her room, the woman assures that she will deal with him right here, at the scene of the crime. She returns to the corridor, and her gaze covers unexpected surprise. The woman notices a giant cube in front of her and thinks about what it is. She cannot tread where a huge piece of land came from this place. Meanwhile, the derivation extends to him. Suddenly, he disappears, and in his place a stranger appears. The women are stunning their views. The priestess is surprised to look at Alice, not understanding what is happening. She turns to the girl with confusion, trying to find out how she found herself. In response, the girl calmly points out that this place is intended for maid. Suddenly, Zed covers the insight, and his fury intensifies when he realizes Alice intentionally hid under the arena. The woman guesses that the girl is located just under Mishigami, so that he could repeat her reception and destroy the clock mechanism that blocks her abilities. The priestesses suddenly realize that the protective barrier of the conflict has the shape of a dome and does not extend underground at all. She exclaims in surprise, asking why Alice helps the boy because she frankly hates men. Alice turns red and, turning away with irritation, avoids answers. Zaid opens his mouth with surprise, mentally believing that all this is happening. Alice turns away from him and refuses to worry, saying that she still wins. She will find herself surrounded by many girls. Suddenly, a woman with a spark of hope in her eyes exclaims and stops her, urging to wait. She states that this is a violation of the rules, and if you inform the management, the man can be punished. The girl in response repeats her words about the foul, but this time already smiling. Alice denies her words. Zaid looks at her, open her eyes wide. Alice with a smile reminds you, do you remember the rules? After all, the servant strictly forbade me to dig in the soil. The face of the supreme priestess is again srapped from rage, and she casts a hatred look at the former queen of heaven. She is annoyed by the realization that the rules, unfortunately, are all right. In the previous duels, he did not violate any rules, so she behaves calmly. She simply has nothing to complain about. The girl crosses her arms on her chest and looks at the priestess with confidence. Squeezing his fist from anger, she barely holds her emotions. Alice rotates sharply and repeats, as she said, she cannot come here. The girl advises her to go sooner until someone has noticed. The woman trembles from rage, clamping angry curses. Suddenly, Alice stops, rotates sharply half aside and throws a sharp look, a predatory smiling. With a cunning smile, she proposes to pick up a girl in her room as a new maid Mikagami. The event wide-open eyes, affected by the appearance of a stranger. At first, the woman trembles from rage, and then, crazy with hatred, sorts on all her throat, which will certainly kill her. She screams that she will achieve her goal, will destroy everyone, especially her. Alice watches this with cold indifference, and does not even sprout a single word. Zaid, with a fierce cry, states that he will break her into pieces, and will make her answer for all her boldness. She intentionally screams, full of frenzy, seeking to see how the opponent will ask the mercy. The words of the oath break from her mouth. She swore to all the most expensive. Zaid promises that he will inevitably destroy them. She smiles, contemplating this, and mentally rejoices in how great to be among the winners and make fun of the losers. It brings it real pleasure. Alice laughs at his nose quietly, remembering what he wants to join Zaid. The girl moves forward and suddenly hears cries. Someone hardly asks to wait for someone. Alice is amazed to recognize familiar voices. This is the Finna and Mikagami. She looks carefully from behind the column and, noticing the guy, barely noticeably embarrasses and blushes a little. She looks at her longtime girlfriend, who, through tears, begs him to stop and apologizes endlessly. Alice is stunningly watching it and cannot understand what happened to the Finn. The guy is already angry. Her infinite crying lights him even harder. He orders her to silence and follow him. Tightening the rope that reaches from him to the girl, he states dry, "You do nothing, such rules of Ravel." Finna, and further in tears, begs. She is still scared. She does not want closeness. She begs not to pull her there. The guy annoyedly orders her to shut up. Alice watches this with a shock and amaze in her eyes, not believing in her eyes. The protagonist thinks that the other three were also dissatisfied, but now, it is simply not recognized. He is wondering if she is so disgusting. He looks at a girl who cannot hold tears and cry constantly. Suddenly, she asks him to listen. Mikami turns into amazement, staring at her. Finta, losing his eyes and playing his fingers, barely audible. Red up and barely holding back tears, she confesses. In fact, she is a guy. He is extremely striking in her words. He looks in the void confusedly. At the same time, Alice, who still hides behind the column, and the Mihami standing next to the Finn, also cannot restrain their surprise, shouting almost simultaneously. Subsequently, they all come to the fourth-level room, where everything shines with luxury and sophistication. The guy only sighs hard, looking at these lush interiors. Michigami admits that he used a special technique to turn herself from a man into a woman. Mary looks at him closely and intensely. Morality corresponds to a soft, friendly smile, and Ellis sits with a dried and dissatisfied look. She thinks about whether he is a boyfriend. Merl, with a slight smile, hugs a quiet final and gently presses her to her. A strict expression appears on Merla's face, and Elise is annoyed with his tongue. A tears girl confirms his words in his eyes. This is true. She threatens her death. The guy is wondering how she was in a conflict. The girl explains that he is actually a relative of Zaida. She notes that he always avoided any job, but also preferred experiments with his own skills at home. Finna plunges into the memories of the past. The protagonist confesses that he leads a luggage lifestyle. Finna tells that someday Aunt Zayed accidentally learned about it. Certainly remembers the moment when Zayed, angry and hungry, attacked him. The guy understands that the family finally exposed him to the sage. In the mind of the Finn, the memory emerges. Zaid smiles and assures that he will not tell her parents, but instead ask for a special service. The protagonist in silence translates the look at Davushka, thoughtfully pressing his finger to the chin. He says that she finally turned her into a woman and forced her to fight in the arena of the Colosseum. The Finn, still in tears, agrees with him and adds that thanks to all these abilities, it is called a true genius. A girl with Servan sin in her gaze confesses that her aunt deliberately raised her arrogance in her so that others feel fear. Merl gently puts her hand on her shoulder, and suddenly leaning, they say, "Now everything has got into place." Mary confidently points out that they have already figured out the situation. Suddenly she grabs Finnis on the other hand, and without hiding indignation, he asks sharply how he dare to do it. Alice picks up her words with even more anger, throwing his reproach. How could a man boldly make one of them? The girl begs confusedly, frightened by this reaction. The protagonist is confused. It seemed impossible to combine in one person a brutal dominant and book trading. However, looking at the guy, he clearly understands. First of all, the real otak. Meanwhile, a company of girls who surround him from all sides were already lining around the guy. Merl is surprised to say that he will kill him if he learns that he told Michigami. Finn, trembling with fear, agrees with her friend, and recalls how she was ordered to remain silent. He begs them not to give them that he has revealed all the secrets. Merl only smiles her mysteriously. Suddenly, Mary turns to Mikagami, and he is surprised to look at her. Alice strikes a hairdryer, which is poured with tears. Smiling, Mary states that they now have a chance to crush Zed. The use of male skills to turn into a woman is strictly forbidden outside the conflict. If it turns out that Archbishop Air has done something similar, the consequences can be very serious. The guy claims that this information is useful, but decides to leave it about the stock. She looks carefully in Makagami and asks why he did so without understanding his motives. Michigami looks closely forward and fades. He explains to her that in these circumstances, the Go still has a chance to get out. Squeezing his fist, Michami strongly states that he will definitely save this trump card. The protagonist, whistling and splashing in February Oscar, says that he will use this exactly when he loses both money and influence. Merl blushes and smiles as soon as he looks at him. She considers Mikagami a real gallows, and Mary confesses to herself that he is charming even with her strict expression. Both former queens of the sky do not take out of the boy loving views. Fina apologizes. In her voice she feels anxiety. She has timidly wondered whether they will become closer after he has discovered the truth to them. The young man replies that she is well aware of everything. The girl exclaims and asks, except not enough. Horley reads in her eyes when she suddenly says she can share some tips on gaining skills. Merl holds her on her shoulders. Girl, smiles as if it were a game, and Mary looks at her with an icy, distant look, squeezing a bottle in her hands. Finna watches this scene confusedly. Mary opens the bottle and carefully pours her contents into the girl's mouth. With tears in her eyes and effort, she swallows a mysterious U-bone and suddenly amazes her own reaction. On her cheeks, a thick blush flashes, and, embarrassed, she hastily lies on the bed, quietly murmuring that it is quite superfluous. With a sly smile, Merl assures her so that she is not afraid, they say. They are allies. The hairdryer breathes hard, trying to recover. At that time, Marie, with annoyance on her face, reminds that she is one of the 4 heavenly queens. Alice states that everyone has already survived the closeness, except for her. The girl asks if she is aware of what it means. Finna in tears. The guy will squeeze his sleeves and reports that he would give her advice later, because his elixir has already started acting. He states that there are no such rules, and there are no other choice. The girl is indignant that her cheeks are burning from shame. She shows herself and states that he is a man, like her, so they belong to one sex. The protagonist is indignant that he does not like him, and asks if he really is. He woke up for the first time he learned with a gorgeous bitch, then tested the spells of the athlete with a sweet face, and later a fragile girl. All 3 are starting to pour a blush from his words. Mayagami breaks her clothes and states that his patience is too high. Mary, stunning, repeating the words about this level, cannot believe in what he heard, and Alice, picking up, once again voices his words about patience. The young man notes that there is a girl in front of him, so there are no obstacles. The Fina is embarrassed, filled with a blush and, when flashed, covers his face with his palms. Alice only shrugs her shoulders. They say, if it is a girl, everything suits her. Merl calls her a coward and accuses her betrayal. Marie is convinced that she should study Finn and demonstratively licks her finger. Finna, agitated, screams and refuses to join them. The girl is embarrassed when a passion breaks between them. She exclaims mentally, wondering a new feeling. The catastrophe reveals her mouth in delight, her eyes roll from pleasure. For the girl, it turned out to be unexpectedly nice. She is convinced that everything is guilty of the elixir, and considers herself a man. But it is the feeling that has swept her, the longest that she has ever felt. The girl is sure that she cannot lose, but does not hold back the cry of delight, and eventually seems. For some time, and Zul gladly welcomes Mishami, waving her hand in a friendly gesture with a smile on his face. She mockingly asks for an exhausted friend whether he is still alive. He is uncertain, and the girl laughs fun with his cubes. The protagonist confesses that he was able to survive only because he gave them to the Finaya. Zul perceives his words. A guy and a girl look at the door, looking interested in the room. On Kr Ovadi, Finn, in despair, confesses that he can no longer stand. Alice confidently replies that she is in force. Merl advises her to relax and enjoy. The girl extends him a basket of food and offers to treat. The guy is gratefully accepting the treat. Meanwhile, Zul is already moving further, and Mishigami notices that she has disappeared unnoticed. The girl smiles and looks at his door, inviting him to go to the room. It is there, in the 4th rank reception room, that a new conversation is waiting for them today. She notes that they have nowhere to hurry up, and the guy looks at her. The girl turns to him and solemnly informs, the leadership of the Colosseus welcomes him with 4 victories in a row, and this week he will have a rest, because there will be no battle. Merl, Mary, and Alice assured that they have understood everything. The first 2 rushes at the guy with an attack, and Alice remains embarrassed aside, pouring a blush. Merl is loudly announced that Mikagami is ready for their services, and Mary confidently states that her course is now. Duel is stunned with a look at it and exclaims that is still not completed. The young man does not hide surprise. The girl who stands in the door reports that her informant reported the news of the meeting of the Colisment of Asmos in Zaida. The guy, having lost himself, turns his gaze on her and frowns his eyebrows. She smiles widely and declares that the entertainment begins as it should be expected, and the top of the conflict is already moving. He is only response, understanding what it means. The guy notes that he learned about it during the duel thanks to Finny, and Duel was surprised to exclaim that she has not heard anything about it. Meanwhile, in another Finn room, he sighs, thinking that he finally ended, and recognizes that he was convinced he did not survive him. 3 weeks ago, after a duel with Mary, Duel and Mikagami sat opposite each other in the room. The young man looked carefully at her face, and then, showing his finger, straightforwardly asked who was his owner. The girl reports that the presenter announced, this product was sold to the conflict. She smiles slyly and agrees with him, noting that he realized everything correctly. Free slaves like him have the same rights. Now upstairs. The Gamut Mika, along with the girl, walks slowly with the corridor. He thinks, Zaod is one of the main patrons of a conflict. But, unlike the current leader, it only has a significant influence, but has no real power in its management. They approach the door, and the girl powerfully orders him to come. It is known as the strongest gladiator of the world. For him, the door is opened by a girl with her eyes closed. The woman exclaims him, and a sarcastic smile appears on her face. She declares that he is glad to meet with the weakest gladiator, Miki Kodzi Gam. The main character looks at her with surprise. She declares that he is the head of the conflict, and is presented as Desmos Salamandus, a woman of their giant kind. With a confident look and a friendly smile, she reaches out her hand with a confused boy, gladly getting to know him. The main character carefully examines her figure, secretly admiring her. She is comfortable on a chair, and a gesture invites him to join. He thanked her. The same girl who recently brought me Kagami approaches him with a drink and politely proposes to treat. He is surprised to look in a mug with the drink, not believing his own eyes, and remembers. A week after the incident with the Gime Finna. He was interested in how the management would react to, so to speak, a true violation of the rules. But he did not expect that the hostess would call him to her office. Megagami is interested in what she does. The Glitter, with a shining smile, replies that the fights with the 4 heavenly queens were wonderful, especially the battle with the Finn. The woman adds that when the smoke dispelled, one of his little finger was gone. Gamos sonrisas y pregunta qué ha sucedido hasta que el humo se dispersa. Michami looks closely at her, surprised that she is interested in why the smoke was needed at all. He thinks of whether she decided to play in non-reading and to pretend that he did not know anything, and at the same time assumes that the management is okay to close her eyes on his ways. However, seeing her gaze, she realizes that she tests him. Sheena's Earth smiles cunningly and ominously. The heroine is thoughtfully frowning, carefully weighing the circumstances, and finally comes to the conclusion. It all depends on his answer. This choice will determine her decision, to make a servant from him or send it to the operational department. He was so skillful that he was able to win the seemingly hopeless duel. Destroying your pet's favorite is too wasteful. It is much more profitable to drag it to your side. However, he understands that he should become a gladiator in the world Asmos and the past Cain in Oblivion. Gams begin to realize that he can be equated with one of the 4 heavenly guards of Zaida. And even for a moment she dreams of an opportunity to agree on complete freedom. However, in a moment he restrains himself, returning to reality. It exhales hard, feeling the indignation boils in it. The features of anger clearly appear on his face. He is not at all liked that he is distracting from the game. At this point, he clenched the lower lip, realizing that she did not fully agree with what was happening. Mayagami tries to take his hands, thinking that he should remain calm now. Otherwise, If he goes against her, nothing good will work out of it. At this point, a smiling woman addresses him, whether something happened to him. The protagonist, hearing her eyes, exclaims that she does not bring to herself a stupid mask. The Desmo's only silent without removing the face of a sly smile, but later quietly points out that he is much more stupid than it seemed. The woman asks if he knows who is boss. The man sharply throws his hands to the side, and with a smile suggests that she is. Having wrapped his forehead, she is wondering what will happen next. In response, she strictly orders him to bow his head. He looks at her, clearly impressed with this order. She orders him to crawl to himself and beg for a mercy. The woman disdainfully calls him a pathetic servant. Miyagami stunned her eyes. Her voice is surprised by his voice. Desmo says that he will give him life if he agrees to become her toy for pleasures. The main character burns with anger and is convinced that she should challenge. He will kill her. In every movement there is a deadly threat. Closing his eyes with force, he shows a smile, spits, and refuses. A woman with an evil smile shakes the sword and threateningly instances him on a stunned boy. She asks him if his choice is really. Mishama is detained in silence for a moment, but he interferes with him, stating that he is a gladiator, not someone's servant. The guy has his eyebrows and with fire in his eyes states that his place is in the arena. The woman wrinkles the brow in surprise without hiding her surprise. The main character remains intense, but now he is sure. He realized everything right. They will not kill him, but as soon as he ceases to be a gladiator, they will be able to get rid of it immediately. He had been talking to Duel for a long time. The guy asked the girl whether the Desmos was needed to make a gladiator's authority. Tama gladly agrees, but notes that he will mostly be denied permission. However, if he overcomes the 4 heavenly queens, he will instantly turn into a real star. The girl assures that with this guide no real talent will stay away. Makagami smiles, satisfied with heard. Duel, amazed, exclaims from surprise. He categorically states that he is not going to leave the conflict. She is genuinely surprised that he does not even try to escape from here. The guy explains. Not through the underground, because if he loses the status of gladiator, it will immediately become a legal target for Zaid. His words are stunned by Duel, and she looks at him in a stunned. The girl supports her chin with her fingers and agrees. It is really logical. After Mary is defeated, she only has to watch. Miyagami explains that the fact is that he is a player in a conflict. He considers it an ideal place for battle. There were rivals with the most dangerous abilities. Instead, Michigami doubts that he can handle even a crowd of street hamsters. Then she throws him. If so, do not stand with such a proud posture. The protagonist with a light smile notes that there is at least some protection. Duel asks him what to do after going out with a conflict. She already knew that the Desmos were here. He understands her hint and agrees. She is right. The protagonist confidently meets her eyes and says with determination in his voice, "That is why he has the highest goal. Nowadays, he has been shown to dream of the day when he makes her become his maid. Just in my eyes." The woman looks at him in surprise and then suddenly explodes. Mikagami, not understanding anything, looks at her with instant fear in her eyes. The woman is coming down in her chair, smiling gently, and admits that without the idea of where he is, but his self, confidence to her. He exclaims with surprise and suddenly realizes that he said aloud. Mikagami decides that fear has finally deprived him of his sense. The Desmos grabs him for his chin and says coldly that he will never let him go from his service. Shenshina, looking at a frightened guy from above, boldly states that she is ready to fight for the last breath. Turning, she adds coldly, "The next duels will no longer be as before." Desmos orders him to make sure that the servants do not become a burden. The man looks at astonishment. A woman with a smile adds that they are waiting for a real spectacle from him. She reports that he is free and can go. At the same moment, a girl who accompanied him here earlier approached him and proposes to hold. Suddenly, the protagonist turns to a control conflict, forcing her to focus all attention. Miyagami extends his hand forward, confidently pointing her finger. He, with a smile, expresses his hope for pleasure from the next duel, and at the same time calls the woman his dear boss. As soon as the guy with the girl comes out, the door with a soft click closes. The woman is put in the chair. Her mouth appears a cunning smile. With a slight ridicule, she notes that his tongue is more suitable for a booth than for battles. Gazmu smiles, licking her lips with his tongue, and mentally imagines how in the event of defeat, she simply swallows it completely. In the meantime, she likes the game. She wants him to continue to entertain them. A little time has passed, and the leading conflict exclaims that the stands are delighted, asking the public whether they feel it. It reminds loudly, it has passed the whole month from that battle, and here he finally returned. She introduces viewers to the weakest gladiator, Michigami Koji, adding that he will now reach the arena on his own. This is a team confrontation. In a duel where everyone took with him a personal servant, Michama made his choice for Mary Landro. Men on the stands explode laughter. One of them is wondering with a smile that it is dressed on it. Next to the girl, someone carefully compares her with the bride, and the third of the audience is loudly exclaiming that she is his maid and accuses the boy of treachery. Mikama looks at this and assures that he is here to nothing. Mary's clothes have chosen her own. The girl herself dissatisfied with her tongue and teases them, calling the fools. The girl's cheeks are covered with a shy blush and she hides her face behind her palm. It does not give her the idea. Does not resemble this dress wedding dress? The owner notices her glowing smile and understands. She is real happy. The girl loudly announces that the owner of the weakest skill has already gained 4 victories in a row, and this is the same who was part of the FEA, the former Queen of Heaven. The presenter is intriguing. I wonder who opposed this incredible couple. Finally, a real dream team was formed. It includes Michigami, the owner of 4 victories, as well as Mary, one of the former 4 Queens of Heaven from Zaida. All viewers were delighted, watching this exciting duet in the ring. The whole crowd in the stands was vividly discussed who dared to challenge this invincible couple. Many assumptions were heard, but few truly believed that there would be a worthy rival. It was at this moment that the loud, full of the host of the presenter announced the exit of the following participants. As it turned out, newcomers, ruthless cars for victories, which will arrive from a distant eastern island country, will come to the Colosseum. This team turned out to be legendary ninja Shuzu and samurai Musashi Sasaki. They are full of excitement and impatience to start a duel. There was only one thing here, a clear and important task. None of the audience and no idea that samurai and ninja would appear on the battlefield. However, one girl has already heard the legends about this samurai. It seems that she imagines his strength. After all, there can be no rumors about such soldiers. Samurai looked around the stadium with interest, impressed with the grandeur of what he saw. Sasaki stared admired in the panorama that opened before him from the battlefield. Many viewers kept breathing, directing his eyes on him. Sasaki was delighted. He returned to his companion and noted that it was worth introducing something similar in their homeland, because the samurai there are too many. Tudes reminded Mr. Musas that the samurai exist for sights. Hearing this, the man compared a girl with a wild boar. At this point, the guy became interested in why the crowd was so violently reacting to the new team. Mary said that the Musashi and the Storm, who just appeared, were mentioned in the book about the legendary warriors of the past. She emphasized that they are the characters of the so-called Chronicles of Hundreds, where these characters are endowed with incredible power. Makigami suggested that they were aliases. Mary agreed. She was also sure that it was. After all, participants from other countries could not afford to enter the arena of the conflict under real names. After all, rumors about ninja and samurai who live on the island in the Far East have been spreading long ago. However, these stories are more like legends. Few have seen them or have heard true stories about them. Mikami immediately wondered what kind of insidious the game thought. Meanwhile, the woman, looking at the ring with a glitter in the pupils, kept her breath in anticipation of the battle. Her admiration for the boy became more and more noticeable with every moment. The girl in glasses reported that according to the available information during a recent war with Dumbledore, a neighboring state, Musashi killed 500 soldiers. As it turned out, it was a completely unnoticeable thing for him. There were no difficulties with so many warriors. After the announcement of this news, one of the audience did not restrain and expressed his opinion. He did not like it that some unknown fighters were put up against Michami himself. The man considered it a real mockery. The man has already broken into a cry. He struck his hand on the pillar and exclaimed again that it was a fight with Mikama. He has been waiting for this match for so long that he paid for a ticket 20 times more than the usual price. Other viewers also hope to see a worthy rival who would be interested in betting. Some have noted that new rivals seem ordinary newcomers, and possibly the Smart and Ninja. Few people believed in their power because they saw these people for the first time and had no confidence in their power. All the disputes broke when one of the audience, breaking out of place, shouted in the whole voice that it was some kind of senseless trick. Many those present agreed with him, because no one knew about new fighters. After this exclamation, silence reigned over the stadium. A few seconds passed, and the whole crowd unanimously supported these words. Glasses, magazines, and other garbage immediately flew from the stands. The audience was disappointed. It seemed to everyone that the organizers simply deceived them. People wanted a real battle with the legendary fighters. The girl desperately hid her head in her palms, assuring that she was here. The host was taken to the nuts full, though she was not guilty of what happened. The judgment noted that if everything continues at such a pace, viewers can interfere and break the match. Michigami noticed the Musas watched him carefully, remaining stationary. The man did not look from the boy and smiled at the predatory. Musashi took a few steps forward and, smiling, stated that he was going to have a little fun. The girl did not deny anything. She has been waiting for this moment with him for a very long time. Finally, the desired moment has come. Now they have opened the road to a common goal. The audience immediately noticed that the new opponent was contacting them. Musashi smiled and asked in the audience whether they really doubted that he is a real samurai. The man recognizes that it is extremely difficult to prove it in a foreign land. After all, he does not know anyone here. However, this will not be an obstacle for him. The man is set to demonstrate all his power in the future duel and capture all the audience with incredible confidence. Hearing these words, the man leaned forward and immediately rushed. With frantic speed and force, he jumped to the enemy, approaching him, and their blades faced in a bright flash. The unexpected pressure of Musashi struck the audience. The hall exploded. Mikagami did not expect such a rapid attack, but he still managed to avoid injury. As it turned out, she saved Mary. She gave her sword lightning, having to react earlier than the attacker. Samurai was amazed at the girl's incredible skill. The audience remained satisfied and sincerely thanked Mary for stopping this blow. Let it not be too powerful test. The girl's reaction showed that she is quite able to protect against such attacks. Musashi suggested that the girl had combat experience. Good support never loses vigilance. This trait will certainly be useful for her during a fight. However, how valuable this skill will be in a duel against ninja and samurai is still a mystery. The man smiled and noted that her mentor was not suitable. He looks straight in the eye and does not notice any movement at all. In his opinion, this guy is pathetic and awkward. It seems that the servant has much more power than his or her own teacher. Samurai considered Michigami a weird and unfortunate owner. His words forced all the audience to silence the affected silence. At that moment, Mikagami realized, if Samurai wanted, the victory would have long been in his hands. And yet the movements of the man seemed surprisingly easy. As it turned out, Mikagami could not solve the carefree expression of Samurai's face, a warrior who used to consider victory over the enemy a matter in advance. However, it is not time to think about the real decims. Mikami suggested that nothing had changed in this regard. This woman will start the battle without stopping until she overcomes her opponent. The girl on the podium recognized the same movement as in Musa's with Chronicles of 100. Other viewers also had no doubt. They have a real samurai. Musashi rejoices that he finally persuaded the audience, and the man who brought samurai here covers true horror. At that moment, the man realized that the words of Musashi were pure truth. He remembered how his country was divided, and now peace is finally prevailing. However, he, trained in the art of war, became increasingly difficult to find his place in a calm world. So he decided to go with the judge. Samurayev will have to perform in a conflict under a fictional name so that his native country does not know about it. Meanwhile, a man rushes. He believes that he will still have time to put his bet. In the end, last time, because of that boy, the man lost money. So now it is time to return his. Even a little sorry for Mikami. He is convinced that at that time the boy will no longer be able to defeat his opponent. The presenter reports that the first team master's first team duel starts. And although it is just their debut, the rates are already open. It seems that there is no longer any opportunity to beat or cancel your choice. Usually, the defeated becomes free labor for the winner. But this time, the rules are, who loses is forced to part with his assistant. An honest agreement that does not require any unnecessary explanation. Mary looked at her master with reproach, waiting for an explanation. He just made his hands excitedly and assured that he was hearing about it for the first time. Mary grabbed the boy by the hand and pressed him, barely breathing in excitement. Miyagami rigidly, but frankly explained the girl who behaves sincerely and asks to leave it alone in the arena. The audience annoyed that the team suggested each other just while playing. Many of them wished the boy not the best of the boy. In general, it was not possible to expect something else from such a public. At that moment, Musashi turns to Mary, calling her a woman. He directs her blade to her and swears to put an end. Musashi ordered the court to take care of the guy until he was separated. However, the boy was dissatisfied. He did not like to lose the main enemy from the field of view. The presenter announces the continuation of the competition. The guy is preparing to act on the intended scenario. The match is already beginning. He clearly defined his tactics and intends to follow the chosen course in the finals. Mary, having stopped in front of the guy, clasped his palms on his cheek. The boy's head turned away, and a red trace from her stroke left on the skin. The audience was frozen in a complete surprise from what he saw. Even the presenter tried to understand what had just happened. Some even expressed the opinion that Mary's duet and Mickey Gambi suddenly broke up. But the guy took the initiative to his hands. In the end, it turned out that such actions were not a coincidence, but a carefully thoughtful part of the combat strategy. Mikami activated his technique. The flames of purgatory focused on his outstretched hand, and clouds of smoke reached for the girl, repeating the same. Now the owner has finally realized the meaning of what was happening. Thus, Mary made it possible to copy her abilities. After all, you can only copy the skill to the enemy, which hints that Michigami was more interested in the skills of the allies. Samurai has rumored that Michigami is able to admit the abilities of his opponents. It seems that if the ability perceives an ally as an enemy, it can also use its skills. Opponents and idea did not have that the usual slap would be enough for this effect. Samurai suspected that it was only a clever trick, which is intended to hide the true state of affairs. He believes that it is, after all, only the purification fire. In a moment, Mary and Mikigami took advantage of the step-back skill. This trick was so impressive that none of the attendees could not help but notice. The audience explodes applause, recognizing the technique that the guy applied during a duel with Mary. Everyone enthusiastically celebrate the perfect combination of techniques and lightning, almost elusive movement. It turns out that Mary this time again applies a combination of techniques. Now it is clear why it is completely different equipment. The girl fell from the place and like lightning rushed at the opponents. Samurai first waited a little, and then finally joined the battle. Now he is determined to enter into a real clash and demonstrate his power. He applies the technique of IAI and instant stress with a sword. His katana faced with the sword of Mary with incredible force, forcing the girl to bounce back after this fierce collision. When the battle began in their eyes, the audience and the presenter froze with surprise. Mary noticed that Samurai became much more agile, and his skill was not inferior to even her coordinated attack with Mishama. Musashi smiled, pleasantly surprised that the girl was able to repel him. Her skill was truly impressive. She could not seem inexperienced. On the contrary, her skills deserved respect and could become a model of real battle. Samurai takes a fighting position, his palm lies on the katana's hand, and alarm aura is saturated together with tension. It coldly warns that the next time its speed is not avoided. Mary is immediately aware that she is a truly fierce match ahead. After such a spectacular scene, the presenters barely smiled noticeably. The audience exploded with even louder exclamations. Musashi is a really clever and powerful fighter. His attacks have become even more rapid and devastating than before. Now no one doubted the true power of this samurai. Tudza noticed that Marie had evaded somehow too unnaturally. It seemed that the girl struck at an extremely unexpected angle. Mikami advised Ninja right now to look away from the enemy. He reached out to the girl and activated the skill of Purgatory Fire. But what happened next shocked everyone. The audience, holding their breath, followed the duel in the anticipation of a spectacular action. The Susa remained stationary without even changing poses. The traces of the boy's attack dissolved in the air with a light smoke haze, disappearing around her figure. It turned out that the judge was invulnerable to fire. Suddenly, the girl activated the skill of Banshee, which allowed to create clones. A moment, and instead of one judgment, two girls appeared, like twins, do not distinguish from each other. The hostess was just in love with joy. She loudly announced that two players from the Susa clan came into the arena, who have an incredible ability to duplicate and combine their strength. Some of the audience has already recognized this technique. At the same time, for others, it became a real discovery. Miyagami decides to apply one of his techniques, but does not have full confidence in its effectiveness. Will the guy be recognized as a true opponent? A moment when the two figures were split, it remained hidden in fire flashes, which is why it was simply unrealistic to see it. Such a non-standard course was quite impressed by even the indiscriminate viewers who wanted sights. The guy was confused. He could not determine which of the doubles was a real Suze. The girl landed on the ground with a deafening roar, which clearly hinted at a quick attack. It was necessary to maintain vigilance, because the opponents were surprisingly dangerous. She rushed to Mikama, like a crazy lightning. As it turned out, the girl was dressed in special equipment for the neutralization of flames. That is why fiery attacks did not frighten her at all. The flames that burst into the arena became gradually faded, dissolving in the air one by one. The audience was delighted with this spectacle. Finally, they were lucky to see exactly what they came for, and what they put all their money. Gamey did not like this situation at all. After all, if the flame is gone, the merry may occur, and then the victory in the battle will be almost unattainable. The guy did not have time to finish his opinion, as Sousa was already nearby, she glowing lightly in the enemy one of her slices. The weapon was so miniature and comfortable that it could effortlessly hide from other people's eyes. The presenter barely restrained the scream when he saw the Shuriken player Michami. The audience froze from a surprise struck by what is happening in the arena. Did everything happen so lightning? No one could think that the battle would end so rapidly. Mary cried, seeing her master caught up and kissed her heart. To the surprise, the guy remained unharmed. He cleverly repelled Shuriken with the help of his clone. Suze realized that Mishigami coped with her attack. However, she was convinced that the opponent would have at times more difficult. After all, she has an idea of his skill and can form her own strategy, taking into account this information. In the end, when the moment comes again to apply the Bunchen clone technique, everything will be resolved there. From the point of view of ninja, this will be their final victory. They will win with Musas in this duel, and will continue to act at their discretion. Mikami takes over the enemy's technique and causes its own double. The guy then dares to apply the Purgatory Flame Reception at once, with 2 projections created. This step significantly increases the power of their attacks and gives the team a wonderful chance to get closer to win. Susius was not ready for such a course. The guy suddenly retreats 1 step, and then again evokes the fiery skill, restoring the flames in a moment. He now needs Mary's abilities and Suyu's in this battle. Ace uses the skill of a lightning jerk. She went forward at a dizzying speed, leaving only clouds of dust. There is no word between her and Megami, only an eloquent meeting of views. But even so, he acts in a beat with her double. However, now there is no time to think. The man moves rapidly, trying to skillfully hide his true body. So he hopes to continue to knock the enemy out of the panther. The judgment is convinced that nothing passes past her look. Barely catching the true body of a stranger, she reacts instantly, weapons slip out of the form. The judgment is determined to deal with an uninvited guest permanently and irrevocably. The guy instantly activates Flicker, and it is at this time that he has a double, who hides him with his body. The capacity copied in Ninja again saves him life, coming to help again. This will allow it to last much longer. And once again, Michigami Gladiator escaped thanks to a clone, demonstrating the brilliant possession of the technique of Bunch. Susa watched the ghost with amazement, and could not squeeze where the enemy had learned this art so thoroughly. Such a clone actually serves his second eye, and Ninja again rushed to the enemy again. Usually, when the clone appears for the first time, it is in no hurry to admit that it is just a copy. The same body and memories, as if in spooky legends. First, you have to talk to your double, make him recognize his minor essence. Only after this unpleasant truth does he begin to move. It is extremely difficult for a beginner to cope with this task. It is impossible to force the newly created clone to give preference to the safety of a true body. Its fear of death is the same as in the original. The second Shiken flies sideways and hit the case of the next clone, which, without hesitation, also rushes under the impact, protecting the original. Suts is inadvertently thinking, what did this guy go through? What is now capable of such actions? Mahama Clown could not imagine that he would once become a background hero. As it turned out, it is enough to measure the viewing angle, and he immediately realizes that he is a clone. This ability is greatly facilitated by the counterparts. When the first clone disappears after the impact, the second remains intact. Thus, this clone can be won as many times as you need. This greatly accelerates victories and increases the chances of success. That is why the clone used itself for self-defense. It turned out to be too convenient. In addition, for such games, it is quite natural to feel confused at the beginning. Mikagami and all his clones raise his hands up, expressing gratitude to the mysterious software. Suddenly, Mikami exclaims an incomprehensible combat call. From the side, it looked like a real wonder, because no one understood the meaning of these words. Girls cannot understand what these words mean, which the guy repeats aloud. Without a moment, Souza rushes forward with his clones, rapidly rushes to the young man. She fervently decides to extinguish his flames, despite all his attempts to light him again and again. Ninja is already tired of this endless game in cats. She decides to put this land. Crossing her blades, the girl firmly stands before the enemies. All the clones of the Mihami fade in anticipation of a decisive blow. Souza involves the highest flicker speed and prepares for a decisive blow. All the Mika Mice clones fade away with surprise. The girl moves at a stunning speed. In a moment, she already finds herself along with two opponents. The girl waves a blade, complete determination to defeat the enemy. But suddenly the guy lifts his free hand to his chest and awakens the clearing of purgatory. For the second time, he activates Mary's skill, preparing to turn another tricky technique. Huge tongues of flames flash next to the fighters, disturbing the crowd. None of the attendees could squeeze what was happening in the arena. The presenter suggested that Mikagami accidentally hit himself, trying to kiss Suts. The audience was not delighted with such a spectacle, and the guy and his clones, choking with a cough after a powerful explosion, barely kept on their feet. Meanwhile, the girl's double began to dissolve gradually in the air. Therefore, the skills of the purgatory flames have been abolished. The audience could not be surprised. Many of the audience involuntarily covered their mouths with their palms. Makagami was not surprised. He immediately recognized that the figure who just was about to attack him was in fact a clone. The guy guessed that the clone was not able to reproduce the equipment, so he finally distinguished which of them is real. However, his Seuss was not impressed by his insight. In her opinion, the guy still seemed rather unloved. Ninja reported that the double and the real can change, for example, in the midst of the attack. She was interested in asking how the guy is going to act now, knowing this detail. In the end, the girl remains intact, and the guy has already been injured. She notes that if she hit him then, not his double, the victory would have long been on her side. Mikagami believed that the girl was a fool. He was convinced that he was only alive because Ninja was scared and retreated. Smiling boldly, the guy threw a vicious replica. The legendary Kunuchi was afraid to even get closer to the enemy. He sincerely sympathizes with the poor Samuraev because, in his opinion, so he got an extremely stupid servant. The mistress shone with joy, hearing the cheeky words of Mikami. She barely held back the delight, because it was for this provocation that awaited how fervently those words were annoying. The audience exploded in the stands with joyful delight. Again they came to them with the ridicule of that guy. It was evident that he liked to tease the opponents, and this manner only poured oil into the fire. However, the crowd is frantic from such an action. Its pranks only stir up and light the audience. Finally, the guy has reached his own. Now he is convinced that he can embody his intended earlier. Souza has been full, because now she will not be able to predict his next steps. But suddenly, Mishigami breaks out Mary's deaf sigh. She barely kept on one knee in front of the guy, leaning on the sword that was inserted into the ground. It turned out that the girl was seriously injured. Mikogami solemnly declares to the servants that it is time for special training. The girls are amazed and in surprise ask what he means. After all, without additional exercises, they already feel great strength. Mikami understands well that the next match is likely to be commanding. That is why he decides to prepare his wards in a new way. Although the girls are not delighted with this idea, they still make the boy's decision, because they once have been defeated. No one denied. Finna carefully wondered whether this man was really engaged in their preparation. Everyone kept breathing in anticipation of his answer, although at heart, everyone was convinced that they need no workouts. The girls made their dissatisfaction with the burnout, having shouted together that such a thin guy could not wait for any science. The young man did not hide as a surprise, because all four maids simultaneously directed his dislike. Mary immediately fell asleep to teach the master of the sword. and Merl sought to pass on the boy with her knowledge. She is the main mentor in their family and assures that the guy will certainly become a prominent warrior. Mikami assures that the girls have misunderstood everything. In fact, he did not think to teach them fencing or martial arts. The girls look at him in surprise, waiting for explanations. The eyes of Michigami flashed delight. He crawled to teach his servants of game skills. The girls were only surprised to look. They did not quite understand what was lies in these mysterious words. Mikigami decided to take Mary first. He noted that the girl has a place to grow when it comes to combining her skills. The guy is convinced that these abilities should be further developed and made some changes to make it even more effective during the battle. The boys arrived in the eastern slums, where there was a shelter of Zula. They were destined to study here. Mary was facing the owner, while the other girls leaned in the corner of the room, watching what was happening with alertness. The young man decides to ignite a small flame, and now his movements have become continuous, sometimes accompanied by a step back. This is only the original version. It is already a lot of power, but to the true boundaries of the girlish opportunities is still far. After that, the guy leaned on his palm and jumped up with incredible agility, rotating in the air. The girls froze in surprise, because they could not even imagine what it is possible at all. The guy called it Combo Version 2. Merl wondered what it was for a reception, and how he managed to perform such an unusual indentation. She sought to find out as much as possible about this technique. She was overwhelmed by the pride and joy that she was able to master a similar technique. Mary seems to be clear. The girl guessed that the flame owner created on her own. The young man confirmed it. In fact, if you look from the side, the sight becomes still impressive. It causes a small flame nearby, recedes back and demonstrates the second version of the combination. It looked incredibly spectacular and forced to believe in his skill. The girls were surprised when they noticed someone suddenly retreated back in a flame, and the fire began to break out with new power. The servant seems to have finally realized what was happening. In order not to grab himself, the guy instantly uses a combat technique and seems to be literally flying forward, waving his hand. Mikami is never attached to the rules, as if he constantly calls into question the foundations. The girls once again made sure that their mentor is a really extraordinary guy. He always thinks in a non-standard one and skillfully invents unexpected moves during the battle. Next, you should turn the housing back and perform a series of techniques, changing your position. The guy works the same movements again and again. Girls watch the process closely, gradually understanding the mechanics of actions. The girls were amazed at this new technique. The guy explained that the first version of the combination was the basis for her. Due to the detailed explanation and clearly outlined basics, everything looked quite simple. You can apply the second version of the combination by skillfully hiding it behind the sword. Such an unexpected protection will survive the enemy by surprise, and Marie will be at times stronger. This will undoubtedly give her an advantage in the next battle. The girl was in the middle of the battle, hearing Michigami calling her name. It instantly calls for the flames of purgatory and recedes, cleverly reflecting the enemy's attack by the second level of her equipment. The girl was able to repel the blow but did not escape the injury in her hand. The presenter immediately noticed it, and noted that the events would not be unfolding as cloudless as it seemed at first. It seems that everyone is watching the battle, because it is almost impossible to predict the development of the situation. The girl covered his wound with her palm, upset that she lost consciousness for a moment. Samurai was sparkling dissatisfied, noticing that she was still holding on. Of course, he had no idea that it has so much endurance. Michigami was surprised that the girl involved the second version of the technique in a completely unusual way, such as seemingly could not be. The guy was truly stunned, but he only had to guess how much time she could withstand. The girl also noted that the guy was right. The combination really made her more powerful. However, Samurai only destroyed all its advantage. Marie realized that her opponent has extraordinary force. Mary notes that the enemy has almost no aggression. Obviously, he only waits for the right moment. In fact, Samurai was waiting for the perfect opportunity to suddenly attack and bring his team a victory. Tired of this tension, Samurai finally says that he is bored. His look becomes darker than the night, and he directs him to the girl. The masses are already preparing to apply IAI, and suddenly switches attention to Megami. However, the girl was preparing to use the second version of her combo. Samurai decided to put an end to this nausea fight. Inventing new techniques or looking for a way to evade was too late. It's time to finish the duel. Mary was going to apply her third version of combo, one that has not yet been demonstrated by anyone. She settled on the ground so that the tile under her foot flew into piles. She immediately rushed forward, like an arrow, aiming at Samurai with frantic speed and incredible force. Musashi managed to reach Katana and beat a blow. The man immediately felt the full weight of this unexpected occasion. He was incomprehensible where the girl had so much power. Mary did not stop and pressed even harder, forcing him to retreat. In a moment, the girl was lightning to a constant offensive, struck by a blow. The man barely had time to evade, almost exhausted the strength even on it. Samurai had no idea that such a frantic attack would fall on him. Marie caused a decisive blow, spending much more power on it than during previous attacks. Samurai rejected simply into the wall, which stunned all present. Some of the audience even felt the pain that was now experiencing a defeated warrior. The presenter was surprised when Mary suddenly moved from defense to a decisive attack. Everyone immediately noticed how something that resembles smoke rises from the girl. This mysterious substance was fluttering around it like a white flame. Suze was lost. She could not understand how this girl managed to win Mr. Musashi. It seemed to her that the main thing was to provide a victory for her team. The girl, in turn, sought to relieve her husband's life and take some worries on herself. The girl turned sharply to the judge. In an angry, threatening tone, she ordered not to trash her owner. The white tongues of the flames were still erupting near her body, and the gaze promised completely merciless intentions. Samurai already stretched on the floor of the ring, all in bloody wounds. However, Musashi stood up, holding his hand on his cuts. He, with sincere enthusiasm, noted Mary's ability to hide his decisive course so skillfully, because it is capable of little one. The man is raised, proclaiming that it is time to put an end to this battle. He gets up so decisively that there is no scratch on it, although the rage in his eyes is about to reach the limit. There was only one goal for Samurai. Mary wondered who this samurai really was. Mikagami considered the whole situation full of this situation. No mortal would be able to survive after such blows. Thus, the boy's servants were convinced that they are not a person, but a real monster. Meanwhile, Musashi was able to stand against the third version of the girl. He is already preparing to make a decisive blow. Everything is solved by this attack. The fate of battle in the arena is now in the hands of Musashi. A few hours ago, during a shelter, one of the servants noted that everything happened as it was expected. Of course, training is useful, but girls do not have any information about the enemy. Alice said that the enemy was not in the service of her own, so she failed to find out anything about him. Other servants considered strange that they did not even know who they would have to fight. Miyagami, with adamant confidence, states that he is in the same team with Mary, and therefore the opponent who is suitable for them is sure to be found. His confidence in his own assumptions simply does not know the boundaries, because in his opinion, otherwise he cannot be. The guy thought that they would definitely happen to an opponent who exceeds Mary by force, as well as someone more agile and faster than himself. The maid could not figure out where her master was so confident. Only Michama was only mysteriously replied, "The flames of purgatory are guilty of all." This skill remains on the surface, and if you fall under its action, then you will be on the verge of defeat. You can only be saved by means of gear or artifacts that neutralize the impact. However, in battle with Mary, he also demonstrated a special combination. Mary would intensify their performances even more, so the rivals should be predicted in advance. The only way to stop this combination is to use a protective equipment to beat a blow. One of us will carry this equipment and distract the enemy to lure his attention, and the other will become even stronger than Mary in her initial combination. In this case, the first opponent should throw Michihami and let the second duel take Mary. The guy is convinced that thanks to the persistent training of the servant, will get even more power, and their plan is maintained on a rather simple tactic. According to the strategy, if the player wins the enemy, he must move to the side of his ally. Time, of course, is limited, but they still have a third option, so it is not necessary to worry. Everything will happen properly. During the battle, Mary recalls how the owner accurately defined the type of enemy and guessed the tactics of the enemy. But despite this, Musashi's strength was too big. Even a successful prediction did not save the situation. The Mihami team still has not been easy. Samurai discovered a true supernatural power. The guy realized Marie could not overcome such an opponent. The whole hope remained only that Mikagami would be able to defeat the Susa. The girl squeezes all her strength, leading a fierce fight. In her thoughts, she says Mikagami apologize, knowing that she has no more than 5 minutes. The presenter, meanwhile, incite the audience, noting that there is a rigid confrontation between the opponents in the arena. Both pairs compete on the verge of their capabilities. It is interesting to watch when the shaky balance between these teams will finally be broken. On high stands, the Asmos carefully monitors what is happening in the ring. It looks like a fierce test is waiting for Mikagami. He is noticeably sweet. The woman watches and thinks about how he will find a way out of this difficult situation. Meanwhile, Luna's sister goes to Desmos. The woman gently strokes herself on the head, warmly noting that her sister is still as charming as before. In response, the girl raises the edge of her dress and is comfortable. A smile appears on her face, and a ringing laughter breaks from her mouth. The moon is glad, because her servants are already close to victory. Desmos confirms the guess. The girl is wondering if her sister has forgotten about their promise. If the servants win, the moon will take the place of the Gorid. This arrangement pleases the girl. Mary against Musashi, Michigami against Storm. Their duels promise to be fierce and decide the further course of the battle. The audience froze in anticipation of intense struggle. Many of them set a lot of sums, hoping to break the bush on the winners. Both matches are distinguished by incredible voltage. But the balance cannot last forever. Desmos and Moon carefully monitor the course of the events from the stands. Girls with enthusiasm are watching players. Each analyzes this confrontation in their own way. The girl realized that all the efforts of Mikami were in vain. Only the duo of Musashi and Storm had the strength to withstand 50,000 soldiers on the battlefield. After all, the guy remained a newcomer, though his extraordinary way of thinking and was distinguished from others. The girl feels victory is very close. As a reward, it will take the role of the second most important person of the conflict. The place of Zaya will belong to her. The moon has made every effort to fulfill its dream. However, the final result will be resolved only after the battle. A month ago, immediately after a fight with the Finn, all aristocrats turned to Desmos with questions about what it means. After all, many of them doubled their bids on the Finn and remained dissatisfied with its defeat. Many were disappointed with the disappearance of their income. They did not appreciate the work done and accused the girl of inappropriate behavior of the secretary. Although little dependent on the secretary itself, all the troubles were translated to her, making it a goat. The secretary with adamant peace withstood the streams of hostility that poured on it from all sides. Everyone blamed her, claiming that she had assured the people of victory Finns. Some of the visitors approached the secretary and began to complain about the results of the rates. The Desmos snarled their conversation, asking what it implies by the word guaranteed. By the expression of the woman's face, it was clear. Everyone misunderstood the situation. All respectable guests were puzzled from the tone of this woman. She stood strongly, and her figure covered the face of the audience. From rage, she was literally boiling. She assured that her secretary would not have decided on that. The secretary repeated that Mrs. Finna is twice as stronger, but the victory in the duel depends mostly on luck. She said these words exactly as it was for the first time. No inaccuracies, no fault. Desmos explained to the audience that they were simply pointed to whom to bet. At that moment, everyone finally realized their mistake. However, many people remained dissatisfied, because such a serving has been hinted at a certain result of the battle from the very beginning. Nevertheless, everyone agreed in silence. Twice as much power is the key to an unconditional victory. Desmos relaxed on her throne, and confidently made the audience realize that she was well aware of everything. Desmos reported that the eye of her most expensive friend was defeated in 4 matches in a row. All people were surprised to ask themselves where the result was promised, because they spent crazy amounts. Their reserves were exhausted to the edge. Meanwhile, Desmos reported that Zaid has lost 4 heavenly queens, and he could not restore them soon. She wondered if there would be a brave man ready to challenge Michigami. However, none of the influential guests dare. Then the woman solemnly announced, "The next game is a 2-2 team match, where Michigami will compete with her servant against another couple." The woman got up again and asked if one of the audience seeks to challenge the one who defeated all the 4 heavenly queens Zaid. Mikasami and Prestige Zaida. Everything will get the winner. All present were stunned by such an unexpected offer. Becoming a major sponsor and getting influence, the task is not easy. In the end, Many people would have agreed to do so if they only had sufficient strength and necessary skills. For the aristocrat, this position is the most profitable in the whole conflict. Becoming the first among the nobility, you can make a good money on projects concerning future construction, and also mixes as an additional bonus. Suddenly the conversation was interrupted by the moon. She ran to her sister, full of impatience to share the joyous news. She finally turned 15. She seemed to be waiting for this moment all eternity. The moon with a smile confessed that she wanted to make Mikagami her first rival in the Colosseum. If she manages to defeat him on a debut duel, it will be not just a triumph for her, but a real sensation among the young nobility. The girl sincerely sought to become the same as Mrs. Zaid and Mrs. Desmos, which she once dreamed of. She admired these women and chose them to follow. It burned confidence. To reach the same peaks as they, it has at any cost. In fact, the moon has begun to adopt its manners from the age of 10 and has since earned by business. Today, enough. Now, having reached the age of majority, it is time for her loud debut in a conflict. The girl was incredibly happy because it was now that the path to the throne opened. And at the fair of the servants, she also came across samurai and ninja. It seemed that everything was working as best. The moon is sure that she victory in her pocket. She did not regret the last coin or even climbed into market debts to gather these soldiers. Everything is for the sake of its outstanding butterfly. The Desma gently ran on the girl's head. She confessed that she liked the moon. The girl did not hide her ambitions, even so skillfully demonstrated them to whom he should and in the right moment. Now she was able to take a place on this throne. But this will only become a reality in the event of victory in this battle. The girl was well aware of. It was only through Lady Desmos that she was able to get so far. The moon sincerely cheered for Musashi and Suze, believed these two could not lose. Samurai funny like the moon dars itself, sitting at the top of the stand. The man realizes that as soon as he succeeds at least the edge of his eye to watch this action, the defeat will be impossible. He is confident in his victory. He is already making plans, after the triumph, to return home and take Suze for his wife. He recalls some moments of his life at home. Outside the late evening. The room is closed in the room. The girl sits in front of Samurai, asking that it prompts him to leave her home country. Musashi returns to the wounds and says calmly, "Everything is quite simple. The country has united, the war is over, and now it cannot nurture hope for a brilliant career thanks to military feats. The way they brought up a real warrior, no one more thanks, because now there is no need." Musashi is convinced that in order to gain true military glory, one must be famous outside the home country. Then neither the elders nor the brother will have a reason to deny. He will open the way to the head of the genus. When he was on this path, Musashi sincerely sought to lead the family, but there was only one, extremely important condition. The man considers it a brilliant idea and turns to the girl, looking for her consent. Reen only closes her eyes. She does not believe her own ears and asks if he says seriously. Without hesitation for a moment, the man puts a mask on the floor in front of him. He calls the girl to join him. Musashi sincerely seeks to take it with her. It can be seen that he is indifferent to her, because she is interested in her thoughts on the trip. Rin was confused, seeing this mask. She had no idea that she would hear the invitation from her husband. Musashi voiced his ideas for their nicknames, so the girl was named Suze. The man decides to take the name of Sasaki, following the hero from the Chronicles of 100. The girl, squeezing the fields of her kimono, is wondering why he chose it among all. Musashi replies, "She has always been around, and it means everything to him." Bowing him, she humbly accepted her husband. Her heart joyfully trembled from the thought that it was Mukashi who had chosen her, and now she was determined to go with him. In fact, Musaz is in love with Rin, but he is forbidden to take shinobi for his wife. However, if he manifests himself in the martial arts and becomes the head of the genus, this obstacle may disappear. The man decides that everyone needs to be convinced that this commander is able to leave 500 different soldiers powerless for one battle. So the future commander will be calm, just as he dreamed. Musashi fought for his own aspirations and dreams, looking at tomorrow. He decided to conquer Marie and offer her to the senior family members to stop complaining. Musashi is covered by anger and unbreakable determination to fulfill his plan. He is convinced that this path will certainly lead him to the goal. Rin will become his wife. The desire that has been flaming in the heart for a long time does not allow him to stop. Now there was no right to retreat. It seemed that at that moment in Musashi, as if the second breath had opened. Suddenly, all his doubles flashed a bright flame. It turned out that Megami again strikes the clones. The audience instantly raised the noise. They exclaimed that it was much more interesting, and what was happening now, they already know. Many people demanded something new, because they paid a lot of money and did not come to watch the same thing. Sus finally realizes that everything is happening in a circle. While it curbs the fiery element, its doubles hold back Megami, winning the Musashi for such minutes. The girl is aware that Mr. Musashi does not lose any fight on himself. Time works in their favor. Suze is annoyed only by the fact that she is unable to defeat this man who dared to offend her teacher. The girl strongly states that she is not right to defeat now. She plans to use her clones for further offensive, and the tasks of the opponents, to answer a powerful difference in a duel with them. Perhaps it is this decisive duel that will put a point in the battle that already balances on the verge of its capabilities. The guy is convinced that his plan will work, but doubts if he really wants to embody him. He hesitates whether he will then be able to forgive himself as a player and as a person. His reflection suddenly breaks Mary's cry. She is injured again. The guy considers himself stupid. Cheap arrogance is not worth the life of the one he trusts. Mikagami releases her clone forward, going to apply the second phase of the combination and attack lightly. Suddenly the guy sharply moves from protection to the offensive. Suze is instantly aware that it is just a fast but inexperienced rival. She is right. Ordinary techniques will not help here. There are too little to win. Due to this defect, the clone was immediately damaged. Suze was immediately clear. This attack is too weak. She thinks of what all the confusion was. At this point, Mishigami turns to the girl and states, "Musashi does not love you." Hearing this, the woman burns instantly. When Musashi with Rin finally crossed the border, the man and the woman were already sitting in the room. Musashi imagined how his brother is now covered by anxiety and cannot find a place. Rin pours the man, and smiling, notes that at such a distance no pursuer is caught up. Musashi thought that they had already managed to escape from their native land, at least partially. Now, all you have to do is gain fighting glory, and the goal will be achieved. The man tastes leisurely, a sip of sip. Suddenly the girl appears in front of him and begins to shoot kimono. Surprised, he asks what she does. Musashi and Noise did not have that Rin would dare to take the first step towards him. She appears to him without any clothes, and confesses that she has not been with her husband for 10 days. At the same time, the woman understands that in his desire for military glory, he is unlikely to pay attention to such things. She stands in front of him, restraining her body with her hands, and with repentance, she apologizes for her modest guilt. The man is in amazement, because he did not expect to see his beloved in this form before the time has come. Musashi, gently covering her kimono and closing her eyes, gently noted that the girl should keep herself to the wedding. He sincerely sought to take her for his wife once, and was ready to wait a little more for their true unity at the right time. The man turned away and went to the window. The girl suddenly realized that she allowed herself, and hurried to ask. She was already getting ready to look outside to find out what the situation was there. The girls were informed about their impressions. She realized that Mr. Musashi is a person knowing and respected. His name is familiar with both the ladies and all residents of the city. In the end, Rin is convinced that he will certainly marry some princess. Rin believed that such Kuni as she was unable to compare with the teacher. How could she think of such nonsense? Now the girl only reproached for her own self-confidence and weakness. The girl froze for a moment, looking forward to if she were lucky at least to stay with Musashi at least once. That would be enough to live with this memory further. The girl decided that Musashi had no idea that someone else could have left with her. Rin was certain. It was an unfortunate misunderstanding. In her memory, the words of the mentor were repeated more than once, and she was increasingly convinced that the choice of her. The girl stepped into the unseen darkness of the corridor. Only now did she realize how wrong she was. She put all her disappointment, malice, and new understanding in the power of the next attack. Her blow was so stunning that the clone fell from a single leg. All the hall, the audience, and even the Megagami themselves were stunned by what they saw. Suts turned into a real beast, losing any control over it. In her eyes, the only goal is to rush to the guy. The only thing that she wished to be Suze is victory. Her movements were reminiscent of the graceful, relentless god war Asur. The girl strongly intended to make the boy defeated in this fight. After all, He touched what only about himself and Musa's. Musashi did not hide the surprise, seeing how the guy was able to bring out a surprisingly balanced girl. He was wondering what Mikagami said so much that she was so excited. Finally, the guy was taking an opportunity and decided to cancel the reception of thickening. Mikagami rejoices that he finally managed to annoy the girl. He is even more glad because he does not feel the memories of the pain that experienced the clone during the impact. After all, if these feelings were passed on to him, it would be almost impossible to fight without suffering. Now the guy solved a secret word capable of removing the enemy out of balance. He revealed it through his skill. The decisive moment was the mention of relationships between samurai and ninja, a topic that is almost inviolable for this couple. Mikami believed that the ability to disappear, the memories of the clone, would join the main body. However, contrary to his ideas, no changes happened, and he could continue the fight with a calm soul, building a new strategy. The possibility of any moment to abolish full self-sufficiency, recovery after resurrection, and preservation of their own memories. All these concepts are intertwined into a single chain, as if laying the thorny path to a dreamy victory. While the guy was thinking about it, he cleverly avoided strokes with the help of his clones. He was aware that if the bone clone was in doubt, the real body would not even know about it. From the very beginning, the guy carefully searched for important clues in the words of the interlocutor. If Ninja tried to escape using his current skills, the guy could hardly catch up with her. It would be quite absurd, because in such a state he simply could not get it. The main condition for victory for Megami was not the number of clones, but approaching a true enemy. It was only necessary to mention the Musas, as Susa was immediately alert. As it turned out, it was these words that were the same key that knocked out the enemy out of balance. If the guy deliberately substitutes a blow in melee, the girl will probably concentrate the clones again and again, hoping to harm. The guy decides to use this tactic. Miyagami begins to tell the enemy that Musashi does not trust her. He ruthlessly adds that the girl is only a pawn in someone else's game. He claims that her husband hates her. Meanwhile, the guy adds that in fact, the girl at heart also feels at him at once. Before disappearing, Mikagami avoids any conversation about Musas. He does not expect any answer to his words, and completes his speech with the phrase that Musashi does not sympathize with Susa. The girl was engulfed. The guy immediately realized that her face was saying more eloquent than any words. There was no doubt. Susa lost his self-control. Her feelings were broken against her habitual rest. Now the guy realizes that the first condition is fulfilled. He managed to recognize the original among the doubles. It is time for the next stage. It is necessary to speed up the pace. This is another crucial component for winning that cannot be ignored. Mikagami calls their clones and orders them to compete for speed. The one who is the fastest. The presenter immediately notices that Mikagami armed. She assumes that a fierce battle is ahead. The guy uses flicker with his clones, and the girl enjoys a flicker restriction, making a rapid jerk forward. Their techniques are almost equal in force. Everything solves only the skill with which they engage them in battle. The young man recedes a step back and uses a combination of the first version. He barely manages to evade rapid attacks of Susa. Using a second-level combination, it blocks the girl's blow and then has time to bounce in time to avoid the next fall. The presenter, along with the audience, was amazed at the lightning speed of the battle. Two major opponents and their clones came together in a crazy duel, crossing the blade. Everything happened so quickly that the human eye did not have time to fix their movements. The guy cleverly evaded the blows, waiting for the right moment for the counterattack. The audience could not see the events in the ring. The fighters moved so lightning that their actions were simply dissolved in the air. For a moment, the presenter seemed to be a whole crowd gathered in the ring. Their figures flicked so rapidly. Susa immediately realized that the guy accelerated madly, combining several skills that increased his speed. The girl quickly realized it was this map that is the guy's main trump card. She is irritated by his stubbornness because he still hopes to get the winner. Mikagami also realizes that there is only one chance, and they simply cannot afford any mistake. Michami patiently waits for the right moment, watching closely how the girl's figure is approaching closer to him. He jokingly reproaches her, they say. She is scared. Seuss is annoyed by such self-confidence of the boy. She does not like it that he seems as if he saw her through. Then the guy suddenly exclaims that Musashi and Storm will never be together. In response to these words, the girl uses the line of shine and rapidly rushes to the guy at incredible speed. In her eyes, a pure animal rage rages. It is she who drives the girl on the attack. The guy exhales quietly, and goes to the third version of the combination. Despite all the bullying, it retains cold-bloodedness and acts carefully, strictly adhering to the chosen strategy. In the third embodiment, the series of strokes lasts noticeably longer than in the second. Meanwhile, a tense confrontation between Musashi and Mary unfolds in the arena. This sight stuns the audience in the stands, keeping everyone in the tension for the finals of this fierce duel. The third version of the combination involves each joint of the body without stopping. Both speed and power increase many times over. However, such a technique imposes an incredible load on the body. It becomes so difficult that this weight cannot be forgotten. Burning from the inside, Marie's muscles and joints do not withstand frantic velocity, and the control of the flames takes away some of the oxygen from the brain. Due to excessive overload, her body is released by hot steam, reminiscent of flame tongues. It was this bright glow that was visible around Marie. However, even such a brave warrior as Mary can last no more than 5 minutes. But now Makigami has the same abilities that she, thanks to her own skill. The guy used his combination skillfully, ahead of the girl's attack. She was thrown back from a powerful blow, and the mask flew into piles. And the guy himself did not remain unharmed. He was also thrown away by a few meters. Suze was lying in the ring, puzzled, trying to understand what happened to her. Her body was not obeyed, and there was a strange feeling in her throat, completely incomprehensible to her. Turning her head to the guy lying side by side, the girl suddenly realized everything. Now they will solve Musashi and Mary. She noticed that the enemy was seriously injured, which meant that after his defeat, the victory would reach Mr. Musashi. Susa sincerely believes in samurai, because in her heart still lives love for him and a passionate desire to see his triumph. The guy tried hard to keep himself under control, straining each muscle and squeezing his jaws firmly, so that at least to conquer his own body. Meanwhile, his twins certainly used the triple and cancellation techniques, and then used the same skill again. He hurried to the main part, hoping that she will last at least a little. Every moment is now on the weight of gold, and he is clearly aware of, one cannot waste a second. Marie realized that in this battle she could not stand for longer. The forces quickly disappeared. She seemed to be crumbled in her eyes. The execution of the third version of the combination required it from extraordinary exposure and energy. Everything around floats in front of the eyes. She thinks about how much time has passed. She seems to have expired for 5 minutes. Silence is deftly wrapped in space. Sounds as if they had disappeared. Her body is slowly losing power, and everything around is immersed in the fog, which is getting thicker with every moment. She noticed how the man swung another powerful blow was about to fall on her. The girl realized that she would not have time to defend herself. At that moment, Mikagami's Mika runs to her, shouting her name loudly. In her heart, the feeling flashes. Her teacher is finally nearby. The guy shouts loudly that it's time for the fourth combination. He launches fireballs towards the girl, creating her perfect conditions for the next trick. Inspired, the girl cheers up and collects all her strength for a decisive jerk. Suddenly, the clone began to dissolve in the air, and the samurai, with a frantic speed, rushed towards the enemies. Mary, using the retreat skill, like a shadow, disappears in a flame. The man lost her out of sight and could not determine her location. While he was looking for her glance, the girl was already behind, lifting the sword for a blow. Suddenly, Musashi got an unexpected blow to the body. Mary fell to the ground trying to take a breath. The whole audience froze in silent delight. Many have sadly turned their gaze on the arena. Suza's, Musa's, and Megami were disadvantaged. The result of this battle was stunning. No one could predict such a finale. Only Marie remained in the arena, lonely, but full of dignity. She stood in the middle, relying on her sword. This undoubtedly means that in this fight wins the duo Mikagami and Marie. The audience exploded with joyful exclamations, celebrating the triumph of their team. Although not everyone divided this delight. Some have regretted the loss, because he lost a lot of money. Again, those who gave the victory of Mikagami were defeated. However, this time they were no longer left on anyone. The moon was struck by such a game. The Desmos laughed in the whole voice. She could not tread who this guy actually was, if the victory went to him at the cost of his own survival. The woman was amazed by this performance. Her laughter did not subscribe. But the moon was upset about the Musas and a judge. The woman sympathized with her sister, sincerely sharing her experiences. The woman noted that this guy is a strong nut, and the girl is too early to replace Zaid. All the efforts of the moon have not yet brought her to such a level. She will still have to grow up. The moon could not imagine that this could really happen to it. In addition, it lost a considerable amount. Both own funds, raised by the deception of trusting Simple, and money borrowed from acquaintances. The girl suddenly realized that she was left without a penny. Despair covered her. She grabbed her head, and desperate tears and screams escaped. Meanwhile, Mary stood just in the middle of the arena. Bright sunlight washed her figure, and a white smoke around the earth was blowing around the earth that raged an unquenchable cloud. The girl threw the sword on the ground. Laying her face to the sky, she did not hold her tears. Her confession in the love of Mikagam flew into the air, and she dissolved in a bundle crowd, allowing herself to plunge into the maelstrom of her own feelings. Suddenly, immediately after the resurrection, there was an escape. It seems that Musashi's body is completely intact. He really rose from the dead. Having driven that there is forces, he carried a month on his wings. They were in the western wilds of the city. The man has repeatedly heard about the new birth of the Colosseum, but only now looked at him with his own eyes. The moon was confused. She was not fully aware of where she found herself and what was happening around. A man understands that such a skill, like in a conflict, will be indispensable in a true battle. The rest of only silently follow him, affected by his endurance. Western wilds could not boast of good conditions. The houses were barely laid here. The walls supported the peg curves, and there were no windows and languages. This outskirts fully justified its ominous name. In addition to the disadvantaged, a variety of bandits were full here. Men feverishly searched for fugitives, angry that the promise of the moon was broken. Meanwhile, the girl clamped her mouth and was afraid to make at least the smallest sound. The man, engulfed in the rage, promised to return his money and got angry with his foot on the floor near the board behind which the girl was hiding. The moon pressed his palm to her mouth so as not to express herself with any breath and stay safe. The moon thought that all this means for her. Worried, she nervously nail, remembering a recent conversation with Demazomes. Without hesitation, she sought help from this lady. The lady wondered what happened to the moon. The girl confessed that she spent all her savings on this couple. Moreover, she was not enough for her own funds, so she took a considerable loan. For the sake of this struggle, the moon decided on a truly desperate step. The Desmos barely smiled and leaned closer to the girl. She asked if the moon was forgotten who was dealing with. This woman was always able to remind the interlocutors where the place. The horrible appearance of the Asmos stunned the girl. The woman asked if the moon was not aware of the possible consequences. She was convinced that the moon is well aware that defeat is probable, just like a victory. The woman explained that the girl earns on the needy and still forces the orphans to work with the servant. That's what her real business is. The moon received this money not in an honest way. The moon attracted the attention of the woman only because she was her true reflection. The same as Desmos. However, the luck left in the end. The girl must admit her defeat, so as not to disgrace the woman finally, and thus not to cross her own future. Demo explains that if this villain shows at least the slightest sign of weakness, nothing will hurt her to simply swallow her. The woman opens her mouth, and sparkle long rows of sharp teeth and a whitish, slippery tongue. The moon was also deadly. Noticing the fright on the girl's face, the woman immediately released her to the ground and laughed. It seemed that she just sought to straighten the moon and remind her she had no privileges. Damos realized that this girl sincerely considers herself her level. She thought that the girl was at the same time sweet and naive. The woman decided to share with her advice. However, in her soul, she was sorry for the girl, so she left her a mentor word, the true meaning of which was still to grasp on her own. Desmos explained, "Villains are born twice. For the first time, when they are born, and for the second time, when they put everything they have on the map and are defeated. Today, the moon lost. It has lost the latter, its savings, influence, and place in society. The woman called the moon wicked. She sees, the girl gave everything, sacrificing herself for the sake of wealth and power. But now everyone around despises and hates her. Moreover, the moon lost both money and influence. The moon is waiting for the moon. She will have to start from scratch, overcoming a lot of trials." The Desmos smiled warmly and sincerely congratulated the girl with her birthday. She accepted the moon into the arms and once again congratulated on the holiday. After that, the moon was left alone. She firmly decided to beat everyone and destroy everyone who was in her path. Sutsa and money have already been lost, but she remained Musa's, and another important thing. The confidence did not leave her. The moon was convinced that she would be able to get out of this trap at any price. It turned out that this thing is a rare jewelry that was abducted from business rivals. However, in fact, this item is nothing but the Devil's Mouth. The artifact that was found among Robert's ruins, the Devil's Mouth, is used together with another relic, the Devil's Ear. Meanwhile, Megami leads to himself. The user A swallows the Devil's Ear. Thanks to this, user B can hear all the sounds that are heard next to the user A through the Devil's Mouth. In fact, it works as a real eavesdown. For Musashi, it was a real horror. The moon is convinced that the device cannot be detected because it is hidden inside the body and will completely dissolve in only 3 days. Suze can help to reveal a weakness of Megami. The moon is eagerly seeking to sell the aristocrats information about the Mikagami. She is about to spend money on debt repayment and repay the lost status. After that, the moon dreams of revenge on the Desmos for having destroyed her reputation. However, Samurai suddenly interrupts the girl. Musashi, tiredly sighing, asks whether all her arguments should listen to. The moon is immediately accepted to make it angrily. She was convinced that the man should certainly listen to it, because he eventually lost, so let her own tongue. In the depths of the Musashi soul, he hoped that this girl would finally quench her tongue. The moon approaches its goal even closer. Musashi watches her carefully. I am sure that his anticipation has come true. In the memory of the man, their first meeting is pop-up. Then a girl with tears in her eyes begged him for help. Avzas and Musashi were completely stunned by this request. The very idea of becoming servants did not seem to them a special trouble. At this stage, Musashi was tired well and found himself surrounded by enemies. He only had to wait for the right moment. Wait for them to be detained, and then lightly impress the one who dared to approach and try to break through. They defeated many mercenaries in the battles, so they were recognized almost immediately. Musashi learned that she was a young aristocrat who had just turned 15 and recently celebrated her majority. The judge and the Musashi considered this girl completely meaningless. They were already intended to hit her and escape, but everything turned out as they thought. To their great surprise, a noble young lady who appeared alone, she bowed her own servants. Opening, the moon confidently declared her desire for wealth. She began to tell her husband lively with whom dedication and perseverance. The moon broke the law, deceived people, and borrowed money to buy these 2 servants. The moon is aware. Here he is, her chance. After all, the victory will open the path to great achievements. It depends on both her future and the honorable place in the conflict she dreams of. Susa noticed that the girl was trembling, and Musashi guessed she is quite aware that she could get a shock. At the same time, the man believed that the girl was just doing it, wanting to impress. The moon again takes the word, asking another victory, only one. Musashi recognizes this view. Something native has flashed in it. In her eyes, he saw the same thirst, the chance that he was able to bring him to the top. A woman and a man understand that the month violates the rules for the sake of achieving the desired. She wins without stopping. This girl also belongs to the dark side. He realized that she was just as desperate for her goal. He was annoyed that he could not be angry with this girl. He cast his gaze on Suze, which in response only smiled warmly. It seemed that Shita fully supports the girl's desire and does not object to her intentions. The man decided to help the girl only this time. He solemnly promised that he would only intervene one time. Then the moon was incredibly happy. Musashi remembers what he said with confidence then. But in the end, the defeat could not be avoided. The man slightly shakes his hair, and then returns to the girl and falls in front of her. He reminds her that she still remains her servant. He finally matured to fulfill his duty and help the moon. Musashi gently holds his hand on the girl's head. He confesses that the role of a servant is not liked, but despite this, he is ready to obey her orders. Meanwhile, Mikami took Susa to a separate hotel room and left it there. The guy was in no hurry. He looked surprisingly calm. It was about 10 minutes since the girl was brought to this room. Susa began to guess that the guy probably discussed something with his servants. Suze believes that for the sake of Mr. Musashi, he should find out as much as possible. She called Mikagami, and suddenly felt an unexpected surprise. Whatever it was, the girl understood. She should find a way to support Musashi, whatever it costs. She saw a naked guy who opened the door to her room. He was alert, concentrated, and charged with adrenaline. This could be understood at first glance, because this always happened after a fight. And Sousa knew it perfectly. The guy told the girl that his clones were waiting for her in the next room. He noted that they can be restored at any time, so it would be enough for everyone. So he made it clear that it would be extremely difficult to stop him this time. Sousa was amazed at this news, and had no idea to expect from the boy further. Megagami reported that he would stay with a girl for a few days and 3 nights in a row. It seems that this time he is extremely decisive, and is not going to retreat. Sousa grew up in an environment where strict military discipline prevailed, so she is difficult to give male brutality. However, in her opinion, the guy's behavior was frankly bold. In addition, the outlook in her country is significantly different. Sus was surprised if it was possible. She could not understand why her heart was so crazy, and decided that it was all the action of the potion. To be distracted, she persistently ordered herself to switch attention to something else. The girl reminds herself of her purpose. She intentionally seduces the boy, full of determination to break his heart. At the same time, she confesses that she considers herself an unworthy maid Mikama. She begs to let her do her best. Meanwhile, the Musashi moon is eavesdropping every word that speak the judge and Megami. Samurai does not stand the emotions. Tears rush with his eyes. There is something in the next room that you better and not guess. Samurai is no longer able to listen to this. The moon was felt from the very beginning. There will be nothing good. Hearing Sousa calls him to start his own business, Samurai did not even resist and exclaimed from surprise. In the soul, the guy was grateful to Zul, because it was she who recently convinced him to take this step. Now Mikagami plans to truly play the role of a villain. Meanwhile, after the battle in the reception room, Zul explained by Mikagami one very important thing. She realized that she was able to win the boy only because he was able to skillfully use the emotions that the girl so carefully hid in herself. Now Mishima became awkward to stay with a person whose feelings belonged to another. Zul smiled gently, though in her soul, she was boiling rage. She has not heard such nonsense for a long time. The girl is wondering why her husband did not bring a knight with him, if there was already managed to win her commitment. He is wondering that the guy is going to do next. Mikami explains that it is possible to show a little tenderness to her, to try to make it so pleased or something in this spirit. Hearing these words, Zul was finally convinced that morality in this world was incomprehensible. The girl told him to lift her head. As soon as the guy fulfilled the request, she struck him with a slap. The Mikam did not provide such a turn. The girl explained that Zed is the enemy she wants to win. She suggested that the boy imagine the moment when she had already grabbed the enemy and was about to strike him. Suddenly, the opponent states that she is a care for orphans, and if he is defeated, the kids will be left without food. Hearing this, the guy was quite surprised. Zul asks whether she should be forgiven and adds that she is trying to do it now. The girl understands, whatever her diligence, for the judgment, this guy will still remain a villain who used her feelings. She believes that he should learn to be a pagan. Zul calls the guy to keep the brand, never fall into miserable and act or only for the sake of someone else's approval. He explains, if he continues himself, Suz will not be able to hate him calmly. Mikagami recalls these words and understands that the girl is quite right. Stressing even harder, he pulls a rope on himself with new forces. He should not take into account emotions. It is necessary to act despite any hesitation. Musashi hears every word that hears nearby, even as Susa asks for Mikogami to relax and talk a little. However, the guy categorically refuses to make concessions. Musashi could not stand and, breaking both doors, rushed from the house. It looks like Samurai was going straight to the guy. Miyagami was adamant in his confidence. It is necessary to act in this way and to arrange a loud fuss for 3 days. This is how the first team duel ended. The victory was won by the weakest gladiator of Mikagami Kodzi and the ruthless saddle of Marie. It was the night when the dawn of the weakest of the fighters, Mary Landrote, finally shone. The host joyfully informs that the busy working week is finally behind, and the long, awaited time of weekends has come. And that means that she has time for the second command match. All the audience thought with interest who would become a Mihami partner this time. Momo took commenting on the fight. The girl assured that her report will be no less exciting than that of the previous presenter. Suddenly, the girl, even ago, was friendly and sweet, strikingly changed. Her face frowned, and the voice was forming threateningly through the crowd when she pounced with a quarrel on those who exclaimed her abusive words from the stadium. The girl quickly recovered and thanked everyone for his support. The moment came to introduce the audience to the new participants. The audience was delighted with the cute controversy, which the presenter arranged, and sincerely wished Momo would always remain in second place. Today, the weakest gladiators will come together in the arena. Mikagami Koji. He appeared in front of the public, throwing a cloak on his shoulders, which immediately attracted the attention of the audience. On his face can be visible from the slap. The excited crowd immediately began to whisper, "Does this cloak hide any secret weapon?" Immediately on the arena, the boy's partner comes. Now everyone has a superhuman, Merl Barak. The owner noted that today the servant's outfit became even more bold than usual. The hall exploded with delight because everyone liked that the guy could arrange a real spectacle during his work. It was extremely interesting to see Merl. The guy confesses that he has nothing to do with this case. The girl, without a shadow, accepts his compliments and immediately makes it clear that you will simply not handle it. She strongly acts forward, finding herself in front of her mentor, and lifts his compressed fist up. Her voice mounted throughout the arena. She confidently states that the victory will be behind them. It rotates and winks to its master, a very natural gesture for the strongest of the four queens. After Mary has completed her exercises, it was time for Merl's to go through a special workout. The girl stood next to the judge, waiting for the right moment. She appealed to the servants to solve her first. The guy suggested that the judgment would first create his copy and send it to Musashi to convey important information. The girl asked him to believe her. She assured that Suze was a guy's servant. Mayagami smiled in response and agreed with that. Despite this, the guy still ordered Mary to watch Suze. And now, the turn of Merl is a special test. Mary's workout has added a lot of strength. Merl was convinced that there would be almost no change. Reina considered herself an unsurpassed protector and martial arts master. In addition, she was convinced that it exceeds ordinary people with strength and endurance, hardly inferior to even superheroes. A person can strengthen himself twice and a partner only once. By applying the effects, the role is able to reach up to 10 levels. Due to the class buff of Merl level 5, Mishigami reinforcement is reduced to 2.5. As a result of the total reinforcement of the class is 7.5. Of course, Merl has long been training with the 10th group. First of all, he needs to master the new size of 7.5 and learn to move more actively when using skills. Then the guy decided to take the combination training. One of the servants noticed that this is reminiscent of Mary's flights with fire. Merl, meanwhile, was delighted with delighting what unusual combinations would be able to master. In addition, the guy was going to conduct an experiment. They have to compare classes in 2.5 and 7.5, checking the time of execution in 2 stages, with intervals 2.5 and 5, as well as to test the launch and cancellation of fast attack and protection. The doubles will be checked by Mikagami and Finn. Now, Susa finally realized why she was taken with her. Merl stretched and strongly stated that she would make every effort. She is sure that their duet will become invincible. The girls argued, proving each other, which they were powerful. One of the maids felt sincere sympathy for Alice, because she could not intervene in this lively conversation. The girl wondered at the owner what the enemy they would have to face this time. Michami acknowledged that, unlike the previous battle, it will now be extremely difficult to predict. Everyone is convinced that rivals will certainly try to tie them hands. Fifin suggested that the enemy could use a paralyzing agent or smoke curtain. Mikagami also warned about possible attacks from a long distance. They carefully checked all gladiators, mercenaries, and servants. None of them have a skill sufficient to challenge Merla. In this case, the Mihami team prepared many ways to resist the capture of hands. One of them is a bracelet that can serve as a scattering armor of Mary. It is extremely difficult to find it. Mishama also came across a belt with 2 tool compartments. He grabbed the holster for 2 anti-trot. This should be enough to stay in motion. The young man believed that ideally, they should act so well so that their hands would not even intersect, and immediately win the rivals. The audience was delighted with the appearance of their favorite gladiator. Admiration and joy were read on every face. They genuinely cheered for their hero, supporting him with all their efforts. One influential man even advised to bet on this extraordinary fighter. The Asmos did not continue to look out of a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Momo announced that the moment of meeting the opponents of the Mikagami team. Opposite was the famous Iron Hero, Alexander Byrne. His wide smile clearly appeared even for those who watched the duel from the stands. Of course, for this man and his partner, Christina, it was a debut duel. The need was crazy with noise. The audience could not believe their own eyes. The general suddenly found himself among the gladiators in the arena of battle. Many instantly spanned because of the beats on the newcomer and sought to revoke them in order not to lose money. Michigami's servants stood on his side. The guy did not know that the crowd would lift up so many loud exclamations, and suddenly, before his eyes, Merla's hand appeared, sharply turning him to his senses. Morality ordered the boy to flee everywhere, imposing on him the reinforcement of the 5th level and giving hereditary power. At the same time, she warned Mikagami not to approach the enemy. The audience, Momo and Mary, together with Alice, froze. Merl and Alexandra were faced with the power that a giant shockwave swept away from their collision. The Desmos smiled with pleasure, watching this grand confrontation. When Merl flew through Megagami, his mantle flew upwards, and Merl himself was on the barrier ceiling. The man noted that the girl's reaction was surprisingly lightning. He was believed that his partner would find himself in the human likeness. This is exactly what Alex Andros expected from the superhuman. The Mika of the gamut could not hide astonishment, noticing how a blue glow of supernatural force was flowing from a stranger. Mikami noticed that Merl had already tried on 3 varieties of 5th rank. The girl splashed sideways, thinking, why this military aristocrat needed to go out into the arena. Meanwhile, the man, noticing that the rival spoke, clearly rejoiced. Unexpectedly, the man was glad to see that Merl had left the human face and was about to talk. Mayagami, meanwhile, realized that their position leaves much to be desired. The man reminded her that time is not rubber and could not be stretched. It seemed that he grew up, gained strength. Afterwards, he turned to his opponent, calling to finally go to business. Merl broke even more than before. Both superhumans came together in a fierce and intense duel. The presenter watched this clash with special attention. Alex seems to be delighted with the course of the duel. Suddenly, Mikagami drew attention to the opponent's partner. Prezerny healed her partner carefully, returning his strength. After another attack, the man dreamed of discovering Merl's secret of his stay. It was no longer possible to avoid the answer. Alexander explained that he deliberately became a servant precisely to be able to fight Merl. Such words stunned the audience. Silence fell in the hall. The presenter also fell off the surprise, hearing this frankness. Merl believed that the words of the enemy were a solid delusion. In her opinion, the former general and head of the noble dynasty could hardly agree to the fate of the servant, as she did. The man laughed and confessed that the true cause of him was quite different. She became the main thing for him. He noted that he has been familiar with Merl for many years and has been well aware. Meanwhile, Alec turns to the girl and asks whether she had a long-standing dream to try at least once to do a certain thing. This fight turned into a real match of equal rivals. Merl and Alex exchanged barely noticeable smiles and, without hesitation, rushed into battle with new forces, rapidly attacking each other. Momo admits that he cannot track all the participants of the battle, but because of the loud noise, the stand is unlikely to hear it at all. Alec hoped that Mikam would listen to Merl's words and would not engage in a fight with the superhuman. He reported Merla that Chris did not stop treating him, which is why Mikami now decided to switch attention to Alec's partner. Alec struck a powerful blow to Merl. He was wondering when the enemies would finally realize that they would not win. Meanwhile, Mikagami, with a shout, tried his best to break through the protective barrier behind Chris. The guy is surprised what it is for the protection. It would seem nothing special, the usual full protection skill. Mikama cannot understand why this shield is so strong. Even with a 7.5 reinforcement, it cannot be punched. This blow did not even damage the protection. He just scared Chris a little. The guy quickly realized that Alec's partner has 2 abilities: absolute protection and treatment of the 4th level. Mayagami copied the recovery skill to apply it to Merl. However, his own copy was only the 2nd class. Merl is still being kept, but the harm is becoming more and more. The difference between healing classes is signaled. If Megami managed to copy the strengthening of the 5th grade, its strengthening would rise to the 10th level, and then the barrier could be punched. However, the guy is unable to follow Alec's skills. The man understands the principle of action of this ability, so he simply does not pay any attention to Mikagami. If the goal does not show hostile intentions and avoid any contact, the copy will not work, because it will not be perceived as an opponent. In this case, Megami decides to aim this ability on Alec. It is then that the skill should be activated. However, he mastered himself in time and realized that he could not do so. At this level, even a class of 7.5 does not stand. It will fly out like a paper. Just one blow, and my Kami is immediately defeated, not even having time to do something. And there is no point in overcoming the healer. This guy will immediately lose his ability to recover. But as soon as she wins, he will be able to switch to her husband, and his match with Merl will finally become a duel of tete-a-tete. Mayagami himself is not sure that he will be able to heal at the last moment, but to fight at all without the chance of recovery. Even worse. The guy is not delighted with what is happening. He realizes that Merl must go against Alec, but it was a complete surprise for him. Who could imagine that the former Supreme General will appear in the conflict as a servant? It was impossible to predict such development. Mayagami reflects on how to proceed. Only equipment and medicines remained in his arsenal. The girl thinks whether there is a chance to break free from this duel.